Settle in, dear friend. Let the room be just as it is, no need to make it better. Feel the simple weight of your body resting on whatever holds you. Notice the softness of fabric on your skin, the quiet hush of the air, the honest sound of your own breathing. If you have a warm mug nearby, bring it close and let the heat move through your palms. If you're tucked under a blanket, let it be a little heavier, like a gentle hand on the shoulder saying you can stop now. You've carried enough today. Put everything down, even the plans to relax. Let this be easy. Before we go on, let me know where you're listening from. And if this brings you peace, please subscribe to Calm Buddha Path so more people can find it. We'll travel together for a long, unhurried while. Think of this as a night train gliding through the dark. You don't have to steer. You don't even have to watch the windows. You can feel the rhythm of the rails in your body, and that rhythm can carry you. Effortless rest lives in that feeling, being carried. There is nothing to accomplish here. Paradoxically, that's why anxiety loosens its grip. It feeds on striving. Tonight we step onto the Buddha's middle path, where rest is not something you chase, but what greets you when you stop running. Let your attention land in your breath, not as a technique to get somewhere, but as a place to be. Feel one inhale all the way in like you're opening a window. Feel one exhale all the way out like you're setting something down. Let the exhale be just a little longer, as if you're sighing with relief after coming home. You can even make the breath silent and soft, like you're breathing through silk. If it feels right, repeat in your mind, I am allowed to rest. Say it softly, as if you're telling the truth to a friend who finally believes you. There is a story from the Buddha's life. As a child, before he became the Buddha, he sat under the shade of a rose apple tree while the world around him was busy with ceremony. Without trying, he fell into a simple ease. Body and mind settled naturally, like a pond when the wind stops. Later, after years of harsh striving, he remembered that moment of unforced calm and understood the middle way. Not too tight, not too loose, like the string of a lute. Too tight and it snaps. Too loose and it won't sing. Rest is the music of a string tuned to just enough. Let that image be with you. Your mind may have been pulled tight today. News, notifications, unfinished conversations, the quiet ache of wanting something to be different. Or maybe it went slack, scrolling without presence, drifting without aim. Tonight we practice the art of tuning, not by forcing, but by listening. Your body already knows the pitch it wants. Ask your jaw, ask your shoulders, ask the small muscles around your eyes, ask the belly. Each time you notice a place that is trying too hard, let it be 10% softer. Each time you find a place that has collapsed, offer it 10% more support with posture or pillow or breath. You don't have to evaluate your day right now. Thoughts will come. Let them pass like late-night traffic you hear from another room. You sense the movement, but you don't need to go outside and wave down the cars. When a thought about tomorrow's meeting slides by, nod to it and let it keep moving. When a memory of what you could have said arrives, let it fade at the edge of the streetlights. We are not fighting thoughts. We are allowing them to come and go, while your attention lives closer to the warm weight of your body, the kindness of gravity, the steady tide of breath. Sometimes anxiety feels like a small, urgent animal curled in the chest, always sniffing the air for danger. You don't need to chase it away. Let it be here. Give it a soft place to curl up. You can place one hand on your heart and one on your belly if that feels good. Feel the warmth of your own touch. Breathe as if you are breathing for that small animal, letting each exhale lengthen just a little further. Say, we're safe enough for now. The nervous system listens to tone. Speak with tone more than with words. Slow, warm, simple. Let's do a tiny practice together. Something so simple it can hide in your day. On your next 3 exhales, imagine you are placing 3 small stones down. Stone 1, your jaw. Stone 2, your shoulders. Stone 3, the space behind your eyes. Place each stone on the ground, then step away. Nothing to fix, nothing to hold. Just set down and walk on. If at any point you lose the thread, that's okay. Begin again with the next exhale. In this path, beginning again is the whole path. There are 3 frictions the Buddha often pointed to, even if he used different words than ours: wanting, pushing away, and confusion. In bed, they may show up as wishing to sleep right now, resisting the body's restlessness, and getting tangled in the fog of thoughts. If you notice any of these, bow to them. Say, oh, wanting is here. Oh, resistance is here. Oh, fog is here. When we name them gently, they stop pretending to be the whole sky. They become passing weather. You are the open field that holds them. Maybe you're lying on your side. Let one knee settle a little more into the mattress. Notice how the bed meets you without judgment. The bed doesn't ask you to be better, to be smarter, to be calmer. The bed just carries your weight. Let that be the teaching tonight. Let yourself be carried. If you notice effort creeping in, the effort to relax, the effort to fall asleep, smile to it. It is a loyal effort trying to protect you. Whisper, thank you, I'll take it from here. Then, on your next exhale, feel gravity take just a little more. If you keep your phone nearby, it might glow faintly like a tiny lighthouse. No need to judge that either. If it's within reach, you could face it down so the light does not interrupt your animal sense of night. Your body is an old creature. It knows moonlight and darkness. It is relieved when the cave is calm. Tonight, you can make a small ritual. Phone down, breath soft, mind unhurried. You might hear a distant sound. A scooter, a neighbor's door, a dog settling, and let it become part of the night's quilt. Everything joins the quiet. Anxiety often asks for certainty. The mind begs for guarantees. Will I sleep? Will tomorrow be okay? The path we walk gently says you don't need certainty to rest. You need permission. Permission can be given right now. Put a hand on your heart again if you like and whisper, I give myself permission to rest without proof. Feel the way those words land. If they feel too big, soften them. I can rest for the next 2 breaths. That's enough. After those 2 breaths, you can give permission again. In that way, rest becomes a series of small kindnesses repeated. Another small practice, 10 seconds long. Breathe in for a count that feels easy, maybe 4. Pause, not holding, just noticing. Breathe out a little longer, maybe 6. At the bottom of the exhale, let your body decide when the next inhale begins. The body knows. Repeat once or twice. If counting feels like work, drop the numbers and follow the feeling of longer exhale, like a tide pulling back from the shore. Your mind might try to help. Thank it and let the body lead. If memories come from childhood rooms or old conversations, let them be like pictures in a museum you're walking through slowly. You don't need to take them off the wall. You can appreciate the colors and keep walking. Sometimes, right before sleep, the mind offers a carnival of images. That's all right. The train keeps moving. You don't have to get off at every station. If you climb aboard one, notice it with humor when you return. I took a little tour. Now I'm back in the carriage, hand on the railing of breath, watching the dark fields glide by. You may imagine the young prince under the rose apple tree again. The shade is cool. The ground is firm. Insects hum, but not in a way that disturbs. His father's ceremony continues somewhere far away. The world is busy with duties. And yet, in the shade, there is a quiet that does not need the world to stop. It lives inside. You have that same quiet. When you taste it, it doesn't make life vanish. It makes life easier to carry. Not because you toughen up, but because you put down what is not yours to hold. For now, that includes the future. If part of you feels skeptical, let that part be here too. You don't have to exile skepticism to rest. It can sit in the corner like a careful friend keeping an eye on the door. You might even say, "Thank you for protecting me." You can rest too. Often the very parts of us that keep watch are tired. You can give them a night off without firing them. Tell them you'll wake them if you need them. Notice what softens after that conversation. In everyday life, you can practice effortless rest in tiny islands. Waiting for a video to load? Soften your eyes and let one long exhale happen. Standing in a line? Feel your feet broaden into the ground, as if the earth rises to meet your weight. Stuck in traffic? Let the seat hold you fully, and imagine the entire road is an airport moving walkway carrying all of you forward, so you don't have to lean. These are small ways the body learns trust again. And the mind, seeing that nothing breaks when you let go, begins to follow. If tears come, they are not a mistake. Sometimes the nervous system releases through warmth in the eyes. Let it be gentle. If nothing comes, that's also perfect. The point here is not to perform calm. The point is to remember you are more than the whirl of thoughts. You are the space they move in. When you remember, even for 2 seconds, that space opens and air flows. Your muscles take that as permission. Your breath lengthens on its own. The bed feels warmer. The room becomes friendlier. Tonight, if you like, adopt a simple phrase to return to each time your mind strays. Choose one that feels kind in your own language. "I'm here," or "let go," or "safe enough," or "thank you, breath." Whisper it mentally on the exhale, like writing on water. The water holds the trace for a moment, then smooths out. Each time you return to the phrase, the path under your feet becomes clearer. Not because the world changes, but because you are walking with less weight. As we close this first stretch of our journey, soften everything again by 10%. Let your face be unheroic. Let your chest be unarmored. Let your belly be an animal at ease. Feel the way the mattress or the chair or the floor receives you. Let your breath be like the sea tonight, patient and unhurried. Somewhere inside, a rose apple tree offers shade. You don't need to find it with your eyes. You can feel it with your whole body. Rest is not a prize for finishing the day. It is the ground you stand on, even while the day is still unfolding. You are allowed to rest now. We will continue from here, step by gentle step, exploring how to meet the common frictions of wanting, pushing away, and confusion with compassion, clear seeing, and the art of letting go. For now, take 3 soft breaths and feel the trace of calm they leave. Let that trace spread like warm tea through your chest. You don't have to hold it. It will do the holding for you. The carriage of night keeps moving, steady and unhurried, and you are still being carried. Your breath is the soft lantern lighting the inside of this moment. Each inhale whispers here, each exhale whispers now. If your body has shifted since we began, let it find a position that feels 10% kinder. You might loosen your jaw by imagining a warm spoon resting on the tongue. You might let your shoulders widen as if someone opened a window in the upper back. No rush. Let the body teach the mind the pace of ease. Tonight we begin with a simple agreement. We won't try to fix you. We will listen to you. That changes everything. Fixing lives in the future. Listening lives in the present. Fixing often tightens. Listening often softens. When you listen, the body offers small truths. It tells you what is asking to be unclenched, what is asking to be supported, what is asking simply to be felt. There is a humility to listening that anxiety finds disarming, because anxiety thrives when it can lead the conversation. Here, we let the body speak first. The Buddha called it the middle way, and it isn't just a philosophy. It is something you can feel in your muscles. Too tight and the system bristles. Too loose and it collapses. The sweet place is responsive, like a cat that looks half asleep yet rises in an instant when needed. You can practice this feeling by letting the breath be neither forced nor neglected. Notice the inhale arrive on its own. Notice the exhale leave as if the body were setting a bowl down gently. If the exhale wants to lengthen, let it. If it wants to be short, trust it. The point is not to control. The point is to allow and accompany. You may notice thoughts lining up, asking for attention. Some ask politely, some bang on the door. You do not have to be unkind to them. You can imagine each thought as a letter sliding through a mail slot. You don't have to open every envelope right now. You can place them in a tray labeled tomorrow and put the tray on a shelf. If a letter feels insistent, bow to it. Say, "I see you. Tomorrow morning, I'll meet you at the table." Then, feel your body again. Feel the shelf that is your ribs, the tray that is your belly, the room of your chest. Anxiety loosens when it trusts there is a container. There is a story of a monk named Sona who practiced so hard he bled through his sandals. He tried to force awakening with sheer effort. The Buddha asked him how he tuned his lute when he was a householder. If the string was too tight, did it sing? No, said Sona. If the string was too loose, did it sing? No. Only when tuned to the middle did it sing. So it is with the mind, said the Buddha. Sona learned to balance effort and ease and found his practice became music. Tonight, you are tuning your own instrument. Anxiety is the sound of strings wound tight. Dullness is the sound of slack ones. Rest sings when there is just enough tone. In daily life, this tuning looks ordinary. You sit at your desk and feel the chair meeting your bones. You answer an email and notice your jaw trying to help by clenching. You tell it, "Thank you, I've got this." You read a message that stirs heat in your chest. You cool the heat with one conscious exhale that is slightly longer, like opening a window in a warm room. None of this is dramatic, and that is the point. Effortless rest whispers. It is the background kindness that changes how everything else sounds. Let's make a small practice you can tuck anywhere. Imagine 3 anchors: breath, ground, and sound. Breath is the tide inside your body. Ground is the support underneath you. Sound is the world arriving at your ears. For the next minute, let attention drift like a kite between these 3. Feel one inhale and one exhale. Feel the heaviness of legs, feet, or the part of you touching the bed. Notice the nearest gentle sound. Maybe the hum of a fan, maybe a distant vehicle, maybe the soft rise of night insects. Let the mind rest on one anchor for 2 breaths, then let it float to the next. If a thought steals the kite, simply take the string back and return it to breath, ground, or sound. This is not a test. It is a way of reminding your system that it is held by the body and the world. Sometimes the most restless part of the night is not the body but the story the mind tells about the restlessness. The story says, "If I don't sleep now, tomorrow will be ruined." The story says, "Everyone else is sleeping." The story says, "I'm failing at calm." You can gently change the narrator. Borrow a voice that is kind, like a good teacher who knows you. Let that voice say, "It's okay to rest even if sleep takes its time. It's okay to be awake and peaceful. It's okay to be human in a human night." The mind believes the tone of our self-talk more than the content. Warm tone, simple words, repeated softly. This is medicine that is not a medicine, a kindness that asks for nothing in return. There is a jar on a windowsill in a small kitchen. Inside the jar is water mixed with river mud. If you shake it, the whole jar turns cloudy. If you set it down, the mud begins to settle on its own. You don't have to coax each grain to the bottom. You don't need to track the settling. Your work is simply to put the jar down. Your nervous system is like that. If you set it down, even for 30 seconds, it learns the sensation of clarity. Tonight, we keep setting the jar down. We choose not to shake it with self-judgment or extra doing. We place it gently on the sill of the breath. We let gravity do what gravity does. If you're awake with worry, you may carry a belief that vigilance equals safety. That belief has probably helped you before. It deserves respect. Yet there is another kind of safety, the safety of connection to the present. When you inhabit your senses, you learn to tell the difference between a thought of danger and an actual cue in the environment. Right now, look around inside your mind's eye without moving your head. Name 5 silent details of your immediate world. The weight of the blanket on your ankle, the coolness at the tip of your nose, the texture of the pillowcase, the faint scent in the room, the exact way your fingers rest. Naming details is like sending friendly scouts into the present. They report back. Conditions are okay. Then your body, hearing the report, lowers its guard by a few degrees. We often treat rest as a reward for productivity. The Buddha's middle path invites the opposite flow. Rest first and let action grow from rested clarity. Imagine tomorrow from this vantage point. Instead of pushing yourself out of bed into tasks, you picture your first action as a small bow to the day. You sit on the edge of the bed for 10 slow seconds. You feel your feet, you feel your breath, you say, "Good morning, body." Then you stand. That tiny bow changes the tone of the day. Action born of rest is cleaner, less tangled with proving something. The mind is less desperate. It doesn't need perfect outcomes to feel okay. When the 3 frictions arise, wanting, pushing away, and confusion, we answer them with 3 inner powers: letting go, acceptance, and clear seeing. Tonight, wanting shows up as the urge to force sleep. Answer it with letting go. You redirect your attention to breath and say, "I release the timeline." Pushing away shows up as irritation at noises, itches, or thoughts. Answer it with acceptance. You let the itch be an itch, the noise be a noise, the thought be a thought, and you don't make any of them enemies. Confusion shows up as fog or spiraling narratives. Answer it with clear seeing. You notice with a soft smile, "Oh, this is fog, this is a spiral," and you label it as weather passing through a wide sky. The sky does not brace against clouds. It allows them and remains itself. If it feels right, put a hand on the center of your chest and a hand on your lower belly. Notice the temperature of your palms. On the inhale, feel the top hand rise a little. On the exhale, feel the lower hand sink a little. As you breathe, imagine a conversation between the two. The chest hand says, "I'm watching." The belly hand says, "I'm resting." Let them trade lines for a minute, then let both hands return to your sides. Often the nervous system trusts touch more quickly than thought. Your own hands are trustworthy to your own body. That's a quiet miracle you can use anytime. Let us visit a gentle scene from the Buddha's life. After awakening, he walked quietly from town to town with a bowl, eating whatever was placed within it. There is a softness in that image. The awakened one letting life come to him, not chasing, not resisting. A child drops a piece of fruit into the bowl. Farmer offers rice. Sometimes the bowl is full. Sometimes it is sparse. He receives what arrives and continues. You can hold your attention like that bowl. Thoughts, sensations, sounds fall in. You receive, you don't cling, you don't go begging from house to house for more. When the bowl is full of worry, you hold it with steadiness. When it is empty and quiet, you hold it with the same steadiness. Effortless rest is the bowl's posture. Perhaps you've had days when fatigue turned sharp, and you felt you had to push through because there was no choice. Those days happen. Yet many days contain small windows you can reclaim. Waiting for a kettle to boil is one. Refreshing your inbox is another. Even walking from one room to the next can be one. In those windows, try this. Stop just long enough to feel the weight of your head balanced on your spine, like a bowl resting on a pillar. Let your eyes soften as if you're looking at a horizon. Place one breath like a feather on the surface of the moment. Then resume. These micropauses teach the body that rest is available even while life moves. Anxiety becomes less hungry when fed with many small meals of ease. There may be grief under your tiredness. Not always dramatic grief, but the quiet kind. Grief of days that passed without savor, grief of words you wish had been kinder, grief of a self you've been trying to be. If you feel that ache, you can turn toward it without drowning. Picture a candle in a dark room. Sit quietly across from it. You don't touch it. You don't blow it out. You let it burn and you let its light be part of the room. Grief is not the enemy of rest. It is a faithful visitor who leaves when it knows it has been seen. Stay a minute with it. Breathe with it. Then let your attention widen again to include the mattress, the night air, the rhythm of your chest. The mind might ask for a guarantee again. Will this make me sleep? You can smile and say, we're doing something kinder than that. We're taking off the heavy backpack so the walk becomes easier. Sleep comes when it comes. But even before sleep, rest is here. Right here in the way you soften your eyes. Right here in the way you let your breath leave fully. Right here in the way you stop arguing with the night. The backpack loosens. The path itself feels gentler beneath your feet. Another small practice, quiet as a moth. As you inhale, silently say receiving. As you exhale, silently say releasing. Do this for 10 breaths at your own pace. If words feel like too much, drop them and keep the feeling of receiving and releasing. If even that feels like work, let the breath run itself while you rest in the sense of being breathed. There is a humility in being breathed that soothes the proud, anxious parts of us. You do not make the lungs. You do not make gravity. You can let yourself be a citizen of forces that are already taking care of you. Think of a time when you laughed with someone you trust. Notice how the body had no plan in that moment. It simply responded to warmth. Rest has that quality. It is not an objective to achieve. It is a relationship to this moment. When you offer the moment an open hand, it often places something small and good in your palm. A pleasant warmth, an easier breath, a quieting of the space behind your eyes. The moment is generous when we stop interrogating it. If wakefulness lingers, you can make a treaty with it. Say, I will not make you an enemy. You can stay. I will rest anyway. With that treaty in place, do a slow body pass from the crown of your head to the tips of your toes. Not to change anything, but to greet what is there. Hello scalp, hello forehead, hello eyes, hello cheeks, jaw, tongue, hello neck, collarbones, shoulders, hello upper arms, elbows, forearms, wrists, palms, fingers, hello chest and the rise and fall, hello upper back, middle back, lower back, hello belly, sides, the hidden organs working without applause. Hello pelvis, hips, thighs, knees. Hello shins, calves, ankles, feet, heels, toes. At each hello, let there be the feeling of setting down a small stone. When you finish, imagine the stones forming a gentle cairn at your bedside, a marker of where you chose kindness tonight. The future will come. Tonight, it is not your job to meet it early. If your mind flashes images of tomorrow, put them on the passing train. Watch them go. If it flashes the past, place those images on the train too. You can choose to stay seated, looking softly at the aisle, feeling the hum beneath your seat. There is a rhythm inside you now that is older than your plans. It belongs to the animal that knows how to curl and rest in a safe enough cave. Trust that animal. Give it a little more weight. Let your breath be 1 degree quieter. Let the night be 1 degree darker. Let your body be 1 degree heavier into what holds it. We will keep learning the art of effortless rest together. The more you practice, the less you have to remember. The body learns and begins to do it for you, the way hands find the light switch in the dark after a few nights. For now, we end this part with 3 gentle breaths. On the first exhale, soften your brow. On the second exhale, soften your chest. On the third exhale, soften your belly. Then rest without agenda for a few moments, like a boat after its oars have been drawn in, rocking lightly in a wide, quiet bay. The hum of night is steady, and your breath keeps answering it, like 2 friends passing a cup back and forth. If you've drifted a little toward sleep and returned, that's fine. If you are wide awake and simply resting, that's fine too. Tonight we explore a key idea that sounds simple and changes everything when practiced in the body. When you stop resisting what is already here, energy returns to you, and rest happens by itself. Resistance is a tug of war you cannot win because the rope is tied to the present moment. Pull as hard as you like, the moment will not fall. When we drop the rope, the body sighs. You don't drop it because the moment deserves approval. You drop it because your hands deserve a break. The nervous system understands this language immediately. To test it, notice one thing you're subtly pushing against right now. A sound, a sensation, a thought. Don't try to like it. Just stop arguing with it. Let it be there as if it belongs in this particular night. Feel what loosens by even 5%. The Buddha spoke of 2 arrows. The first arrow is the unavoidable sting of life. A sensation, a disappointment, a restless hour at 2 a.m. The second arrow is optional and self-inflicted. The story that says this should not be happening, that you are failing, that tomorrow is ruined. We can't always prevent the first arrow, but we can choose not to shoot the second. In bed, this looks like restlessness is here, that's the first arrow. The second arrow would be spiraling commentary about the restlessness. You can set the second arrow down on the nightstand like a pen you aren't using. When the commentary begins, name it gently, second arrow. Then feel the bed, feel the breath, feel the night, and let the second arrow remain unused. Let's turn that into a micro-practice for your day. Call it pause, place, permit. Pause for 1 soft breath. Place your attention in your body, jaw, shoulders, belly, and reduce effort by 5%. Permit the moment to be exactly what it is for the length of your next exhale. That's it. No conclusions, no fixing. You can do this at a red light, in a line before hitting send. The world won't notice, but your nervous system will. You'll feel a tiny deposit of energy where there was a slow leak. Consider a morning scene. The kettle begins to sing. You are already halfway into the day's list. Emails, meetings, logistics, the echo of yesterday's conversation. You catch yourself standing rigid at the counter, leaning forward as if somehow leaning makes time go faster. Pause. Place attention in your soles. Permit the kettle to be the only bell that matters for 1 breath. Inhale, feeling the rising warmth in your chest. Exhale, letting your shoulders descend. The tea will still be made, but the making is different when you are not arguing with the kettle's pace. Or a scene in the car. Traffic slows, your hands creep tighter around the wheel. The mind tries to bite the future. I'll be late. This always happens, what a mess. You can honor the mind's attempt to protect you and still decline the argument. Pause. Place attention in your seat and spine. Permit the reality of moving slowly. For 1 long exhale, let the car be a small room. Notice the quiet click of a turn signal, the rhythm of wipers, the soft motor hum like a purring animal. You aren't pretending to enjoy traffic. You are declining to pay with your peace twice. In a meeting, someone speaks in a way that stirs heat in your chest. The first arrow is the felt heat and the meaning your nervous system assigns in a millisecond. The second arrow is the inner tirade, rehearsals of what you'll say next time, deploying old files of grievance. You remember, second arrow. Pause. Place attention in the corners of your eyes and soften them. just a touch. Permit everything for one exhale. When you speak, if you need to, you may still be firm. But the words will be chosen by a body that is not wasting energy on a hidden tug-of-war. Beneath resistance, there's often fear that if we accept what's here, it will never change. Yet acceptance is not agreement. It is contact. You cannot move something you refuse to touch. When you accept the reality of your restlessness, you regain the ability to respond. Acceptance opens the hand. Response can finally fit there. There's a quiet story from the Buddha's last night of striving. After years of austerity that left his body exhausted, he accepted a bowl of sweet milk rice from a village woman named Sujata. That acceptance was not indulgence. It was wisdom. He understood that strength is not born from punishing the body. He received what would nourish the middle way. Later, beneath the Bodhi tree, he rested into the truth of things instead of trying to wrestle them into shape. You can let that image guide you when you are tempted to refuse simple, necessary kindness. A meal when hungry, a nap when tired, a boundary when overextended. Let yourself be nourished, and your path becomes clearer. Try a tiny practice of nourishment now. If it feels right, place your hands flat on your ribs and feel the way they widen with each inhale. For 3 breaths, imagine you are receiving exactly enough. Not more, not less. On each exhale, imagine you are releasing exactly enough. This is the body's version of the middle way. Where there is receiving, resistance dissolves. Where there is releasing, clinging loosens. In that rhythm, rest becomes natural. Anxiety often whispers in the language of urgency. Says, hurry or you'll be left behind. Says, decide now or everything will be lost. When you practice dropping the rope, urgency loses its grip. You don't ignore deadlines or abandon responsibilities. You move from steadiness rather than panic. One helpful phrase to carry is this can be simple. Try it when you open your inbox. Instead of letting the sea of messages lift you off your feet, you say, this can be simple. You choose one message, one real human or one real task. You breathe once, you respond or you schedule and move on. Calm is not the absence of motion. It's the presence of rhythm. Confusion, the third friction, loves to masquerade as certainty. It offers quick stories that feel true because they repeat. I am bad at sleep. I am always behind. I am too sensitive. If those thoughts appear, you can hold them like bubbles, not doctrines. Name them with curiosity. There's a story. Gently ask, is this useful now? If the answer is no, return to a sense, the warmth of your hands, the sound in the room, the weight of your head. When you meet confusion with clear seeing, you don't have to be harsh. You can smile at the mind's creativity and decline the invitation to live inside every story it tells. Now an evening scene at home. A child spills juice. First arrow, sticky floor, wet socks, surprise. Second arrow, a story about how nothing goes right, about how carelessness ruins things. Pause. Place attention in your breath. Permit the truth of spill and socks for one exhale. Then kneel. Wipe together. Maybe say softly, it happens. This is not spiritual performance. It is practical conservation of energy. You protect your peace and the child's, and the floor gets clean either way. Another scene, your phone in your hand, thumb swiping almost by itself. The scroll begins with good intentions and dissolves into a vague ache. Check the body's signals. Are your eyes dry? Is your neck craned? Are you slightly holding your breath? Pause. Place attention in the back of your neck and let your chin draw back an inch, as though a string gently pulls the skull into alignment. Permit yourself to stop. Set the phone down face down for 1 minute. During that minute, let one slow breath arrive and leave without management. You might even look at a non-screen square in your room. A picture frame, a window shade, a book spine, something quiet that doesn't move until you do. Screens will always call. Your nervous system deserves a vote. There's a shy kind of resistance that hides as relentless self-improvement. If I meditate perfectly, if I optimize sleep, if I fix my diet, then I'll finally rest. Improvements can be helpful, but they are not the ground. The ground is kindness. Without kindness, methods become another battleground. With kindness, methods become invitations. Tonight, if you feel the itch to do rest correctly, notice it and let it be a cloud moving across the sky. Return to the sky. Return to simple presence that does not depend on your performance. Let's craft a body-based ritual that marks the shift from doing to being. Call it the doorway. Whenever you pass through a doorway at home, use the threshold as a practice bell. Stop for one breath with at least 1 foot still in the previous room. Inhale, notice the air of where you are. Exhale, notice gravity, and silently say, here, then step through. You'll begin to feel the difference between the momentum of tasks and the simplicity of presence. Over time, your nervous system learns that rest is always one breath away, woven into the architecture of your life. Another micro-practice, clockface breath. Imagine your inhale rising from 6 to 12 on a clock, and your exhale descending from 12 back to 6. Let the inhale take a comfortable arc, and the exhale a slightly longer one. If you prefer numbers, think 4 up, 6 down. If numbers feel jangly, just feel the arc. Do 3 or 4 loops. This gives the mind a gentle toy to hold while the body settles. You are not trying to force calm. You are giving calm a chance to show itself. For those moments when you feel seized by identity, I am an anxious person, I am a failure at resting, try this very soft reframing. Change I am to I'm noticing. Instead of I am anxious, say I'm noticing anxiety. Instead of I am failing, say I'm noticing a thought about failing. This simple shift moves you from being the weather to being the sky. Skyness is not an idea. It is a felt spaciousness behind the eyes, in the chest, in the belly. To help it register, look horizontally at the edges of the room without moving your head. Just your attention, widening to include left and right at the same time. The body reads that as open field and the mind follows. Let's return to bed for a gentle scan. Not a surgical inspection, more like a friend walking through a garden at dusk. Start at the crown and drift down. When you encounter a tense place, don't pry. Lay a bit of attention there like warmth and wait 1 breath. If it softens, good. If it doesn't, good. Keep walking. When you reach the soles, imagine the day running out of you into the earth, not as a dramatic purge, but as a natural exchange. Carbon dioxide out, gravity in, the body remembering it is made of the same stuff as soil and rivers and bark. That belonging itself is rest. If you wake in the night and feel a wave rise, a sudden thought, a jolt of alertness, greet it with the phrase, not a problem to solve. Whisper it once. Then rest your tongue on the roof of your mouth lightly. Feel the cool at the nostrils on the inhale and the slight warmth on the exhale, and let the wave be a wave. Waves break on their own. You don't hold the ocean down with effort. You float. There is an old image of the raft. You build it to cross the river, and when you reach the other side, you don't carry it on your head. Techniques and stories are rafts. Use them, then set them down. Even the phrases here, second arrow, pause, place, permit, clockface breath, are rafts. If in a given moment they feel heavy, let them float away and simply be. The simplest instruction is often the truest. Feel this breath, and this one, and this. During the day, see if you can practice one invisible kindness toward yourself every hour. It might be softening your gaze for 2 seconds, or letting your exhale be a hair longer as you stand to leave a room, or placing your tongue on the roof of your mouth to relax the jaw, or smiling at your own clumsy moment instead of narrating it as a flaw. Tiny moves, repeated, change the climate. Anxiety cannot starve you if you keep feeding yourself small bowls of ease. Before we close this part, let's sit together in a quiet inner courtyard. Picture a simple tree, not grand, just honest. Leaves move a little in a night breeze. Somewhere beyond, the world keeps doing world things. In the courtyard, you sit with your back against a wall. The stone is cool. Your weight is simple. You say to the night, "I'm not pulling anymore." You feel your hands open, not dramatically, just enough. For 3 breaths, you let everything be as it is while you enjoy the unearned permission to rest. You can return to this courtyard anytime. You built it by dropping the rope. When your mind asks, "What if I forget all this tomorrow?" you can say, "That's okay." The body remembers. It doesn't need philosophy. It needs practice, easy and kind. And we are practicing. As you settle again now, let the air move in and out without your supervision. Let the mattress carry more of your weight than before. Let the night be fully night. You do not have to hold the world. The world knows how to turn. We will keep going, discovering how compassion, clear seeing, and letting go become sturdy habits in ordinary moments. For now, give your face the gift of slack muscles, your tongue the gift of softness, your chest the gift of a slower wave. Rest is not far away. It is here when you stop pulling. Drop the rope again. Feel the ground receive you. Feel your breath complete itself. Stay in that completion for a few beats longer than usual, as if lingering in a doorway to appreciate the quiet beyond. Compassion is the warmth that lets all of this land. It is the quiet hand on the shoulder that says, "You are doing your best and you can rest now." Without compassion, even wise ideas can feel like assignments. With compassion, the same ideas become soft lights you can walk by at your own pace. Tonight we will practice a way of speaking to yourself that helps anxiety loosen and lets sleep find you naturally. Think of this as learning the voice of a good friend who lives inside your chest. Begin by noticing the tone in your head right now. Not the words, the tone. Is it tight, rushed, scolding, persuasive, helpful, indifferent, kind? Tone is the temperature of the water you're sitting in. Many of us have been swimming for years in water a little too cold. Tonight we warm the water by a few degrees. Put a palm over your heart if it feels okay. Another palm on your belly. Let those hands be heavy and simple. Breathe in like you are receiving. Breathe out like you are releasing. Then choose one simple sentence you can mean. Try, "Thank you for trying so hard." Try, "You are safe enough for now." Try, "It is okay to rest." Whisper it inside. Keep it short, keep it genuine. The body is a truth detector. When the tone is honest, muscles understand. There is a kind of cleverness anxiety loves. It offers plans. It suggests contingencies. It makes lists. None of that is wrong. But at night, cleverness is bad at helping us rest. What helps is friendliness. Friendliness does not argue with the mind. Friendliness sits beside the mind, offers tea, and says, "We can think tomorrow if we need to. Tonight, we can be quiet together." Notice how that sentence lands. Your jaw may drop by a millimeter. Your brow may smooth. The chest may widen. You are not pushing thoughts away. You are inviting them to sit, fed and seen, until they get sleepy too. In the morning, compassion looks ordinary. You wake, you catch the sentence about how you slept, you change the narrator. If you slept deeply, you can say, "Thank you, body." If you didn't, you can say, "Thank you for carrying me anyway." You stand and bow to the day for 10 seconds before moving. The bow is not mystical. It is a way of telling the nervous system that it does not have to sprint. That bow will save you more energy than caffeine can replace. During a commute, compassion begins in the hands. Notice the wheel beneath your fingers or the handlebar beneath your palms. Soften your grip until you can feel the texture again. The mind often tightens when the fingers tighten. Loosen the hands and the mind finds it has permission to loosen too. Breathe one generous breath for everyone on the road or train, including yourself. Not a heroic gesture, just a soft thought. May we all get where we're going. That wish unclenches something you cannot unclench with logic. At your desk, when you open a difficult message, pause and listen to your tone. If it is harsh, let kindness interrupt. Say, I can read this slowly. Say, I can answer one thing at a time. Let the shoulders descend by a few grains. Your reply will be clearer when it is chosen by a body that feels like a friend. Compassion does not mean you never draw boundaries. Compassion means you draw them without poison. You can tell yourself, I'm saying no to protect what matters. You can speak to another, even firmly, with the tone you choose if you love them. Anxiety imagines that harshness equals strength. But look at the trees after wind. Those that bend keep living. Kindness bends. It is not weak. It is wise. Here is a brief practice you can use anywhere. Call it 3 warm breaths. Breath 1. Imagine warmth spreading across your chest like sunlight through a window. Breath 2. Imagine warmth cupping your face and eyes, like gentle water. Breath 3. Imagine warmth settling into your belly, heavy and calm. If imagination is not your style, simply feel your palms resting where they are and let their heat seep in. 3 breaths can change the climate inside your body by a surprising amount. Use them at the sink, on the sidewalk, before a call, in bed. When you meet your reflection, try an experiment. Instead of scanning for flaws, greet yourself as you would a dear friend arriving at your door. Noticing your own face with warmth trains the nervous system to expect kindness at home. Anxiety wears out when it keeps encountering kindness it cannot shake. There is an old story about a grieving mother named Kisa Gautami. Her child had died, and she was wild with sorrow. She begged the Buddha for medicine. He listened and said, "Bring me a mustard seed from a house where no one has ever lost a loved one." She went from door to door, and at every house someone had been touched by loss. Slowly she understood that her grief was not a private punishment, but part of being human. This did not erase her pain, but it softened the loneliness. She returned with empty hands and a heart that had opened. Compassion begins there, in realizing we are not alone in our weather. When you lie awake at night, remember the rows of windows in your city or town or village, and know that in many of them there is another human lying awake too. You do not have to carry the night alone. Let's take that understanding and give it to the body. If it feels right, imagine you are breathing with all those other windows. Inhale as if you are receiving the breath you all share. Exhale as if you are returning it. If imagining others feels like too much right now, simply breathe with the world beyond the walls. Trees trading breath with you, ocean tides following a rhythm like yours. The body likes belonging. Belonging tells it that vigilance can rest. Compassion toward anxiety itself is a radical shift. Instead of calling it an enemy, call it a protector who has been on duty too long. Thank it for its effort. Tell it it can take a nap in the next room. Promise to wake it if you truly need it. Then feel the sense of watchfulness move from your eyes back into your torso, as if the guard has sat down and leaned their spear against the wall. You may notice a sigh escape without your permission. That sigh is the sound of the watch changing. At work, you can practice compassionate boundaries with time. Choose one task and protect it from interruption for a clear, short window. Close what pulls. Put your phone face down. Before you begin, speak to yourself as you would to a friend. You get 20 quiet minutes for this. Then you can check. The body trusts time promises kept. Anxiety eases when it feels a boundary that holds. For parents or caregivers listening, compassion includes kindness to the version of you who is stretched thin. When a child melts down, your system might skyrocket. Before you teach or correct, give yourself 10 seconds. Breathe with your hands on your own ribs. Say, I am allowed to be human. Then speak. Children learn as much from the tone of our nervous system as from our words. The tone that says we are okay even when it is messy is a lesson that will echo in them long after they forget the content of your sentence. Compassion in the body can be as simple as posture. Imagine your heart sitting 2 millimeters farther back in your chest, supported from behind. Imagine your face widening by 2 millimeters at the temples. Imagine your tongue resting like a leaf on water. These small shifts send huge messages to the system. The attack is not here, you can release. When you form this habit, sleep comes not as capitulation but as the natural next thing. Let us take a gentle trip through loving kindness, tailored for a night like this. If it feels right, repeat silently after me, adjusting the words to something that feels true. May I be safe enough for now. May my body feel supported. May my mind be at ease. May my breath be kind. Next, picture someone who is easy to love. A friend, a pet, a mentor, even a place. Offer the same phrases. May you be safe enough for now. May your body feel supported. May your mind be at ease. May your breath be kind. If it feels good, widen the circle to include those windows across your city. If it feels like too much, return gently to yourself. Kindness does not strain, clarifies and then rests. Here is a micro practice for screens at night. Before you open a new app, place the device down for a single breath and ask, what am I hoping to feel? Name it. Connection, relief, distraction, delight. Then ask, is there a simpler way? Sometimes the answer is still the screen. Sometimes the answer is 2 slow exhales, a glass of water, a stretch, a minute of quiet. You are not banning anything. You are caring for the hope underneath the habit. Another practice for bed, the haven hold. Lie on your side or back. Place one hand on your heart and tuck the other in the soft space between your ribs and hip as if cradling yourself. Breathe into both hands. On the exhale, imagine the bed rising to meet you by a hair. If emotions swell, let them. If nothing happens, perfect. The point is not outcome. The point is telling your animal body, I am here with you. When irritation arises, a drip, a neighbor, a thought, compassion answers with permission instead of war. If the drip is loud, you can say, yes, that is the night music right now. If the neighbor makes noise, you can say, I wish it were different and it is what it is for this breath. If the thought barges in, you can say, hello again, thought. I'll light a chair for you by the wall. You are not pretending to love what you do not love. You are choosing not to spend your calm as collateral. Identity often tightens around stories like I am an anxious person or I am bad at sleeping. Compassion loosens that knot. Change the sentence to there is anxiety moving through me or sleep visits me in its own way. Notice how the second version leaves room for change. It respects your experience without turning it into a fixed self. The Buddha spoke often about clinging to identity as a cause of suffering. You can test the opposite, loosen the grip and see what eases. Keep it simple. Keep it human. If big spiritual words feel heavy, drop them. Rest is not impressed by sophistication. Rest likes honesty and soft eyes. In the middle of a workday, try a kindness break that takes 30 seconds. Stand up. Feel your feet like paws. Shake your hands loosely as if you are letting drops fall off your fingertips. Take a slow inhale through your nose and exhale with a sigh through your mouth. Say, I am not a machine. Then sit and do one small thing on purpose. That sentence alone can reset a nervous system pretending to be metal. When pain is present, compassion becomes a guide. You don't have to wrestle pain and you don't have to deny it. You can ask the body where it wants space around the pain. Maybe the space is in the opposite shoulder. Maybe the space is in the breath behind the pain. You let your attention widen to include the space. Pain still exists, but it is not the whole room. Compassion is the practice of giving pain neighbors. At night, you can try the blanket blessing. As you pull the blanket over a limb, offer it a phrase. Over the feet, may you rest. Over the calves, may you release. Over the thighs, may you feel safe. Over the belly, may you be at ease. Over the chest, may you be soft. Over the arms, may you be light. Over the head, may you be quiet. If you share a bed, you can whisper the same to the person beside you without words. This turns an ordinary movement into a small ritual. Rituals tell the body what time it is more reliably than clocks. If memories come from earlier in your life, compassion can greet the younger you inside them. You can picture that younger self in the room with you now. You do not have to fix them. You can sit near them and say, "You did not deserve to carry so much. Thank you for getting me here." If this feels tender, proceed slowly or pause. You are in charge of the dose. This is not therapy, and it does not need to be. It is simply friendship extended backward, which frees energy in the present. Another scene for the day. You are sending a message that matters, and your heartbeat is a little quick. Place your attention in your feet. Let them spread into the floor. Say, "I can say this kindly." Say, "I can be brief." Say, "I can send this and still be at peace if it lands strangely." Then send. Compassion protects your edges while keeping your heart open. That is a strong combination. When night knocks and you are tempted to measure your rest by minutes or perfect conditions, compassion suggests a different metric. Measure by kindnesses. How many small kindnesses did you offer your body and mind tonight? Counting them is not a test. It is a way to notice abundance. 3 warm breaths count. Turning the phone face down counts. Letting a thought sit without debate counts. Each one is a stitch in the quilt you will sleep under. The more stitches, the warmer the quilt. The quilt does not have to be perfect to work. If you wake in the deep hours and feel the edge of panic, try the sandwich breath. 2 short sips in, 1 long exhale out. The sips tell the body it can receive. The long exhale tells it can release. Do this 3 times. Then return to your natural breathing. Place the panic on a chair near the door and tell it does not have to leave the room, but it does not have to sit on your chest. If it climbs back, place it again kindly. You may repeat this as many times as you need, with the tone of someone moving a curious toddler away from a shelf. No scolding, just steady hands. There is a story of the Buddha encountering a violent bandit named Angulimala. Instead of running, he met him with a stillness that confused the bandit's momentum. When Angulimala demanded the Buddha stop, the Buddha said, "I have already stopped." It was a deeper kind of stopping violence in himself, stopping the chain reaction. Compassion has that stillness. When your anxiety charges, compassion says, "I have already stopped." It does not chase. It does not fight. It stands. Often that is enough to change the weather. As we close this part, settle again into the shape of your body. Let your eyelids rest heavy, as if little sandbags sit at their edges. Let your tongue lie broad and slack. Let your chest rise like a small tide and fall like a tide, leaving a shining beach behind. Offer yourself one last phrase for the night, in words your body trusts. Something like, "I am here," or "It is enough now," or "Thank you for carrying me." Feel how the phrase changes the room inside your ribs. If you drift into sleep, let it take you. If you stay awake, let the phrase keep you company like a candle in a safe window. You do not have to chase your rest. You are giving it a clear path to find you. The path is made of kindness laid down in small steps, all day and all night. Tomorrow, this voice can meet you again at the mirror, at the kettle, at the wheel, at the inbox, at the door. For now, soften whatever can soften by 5%. Place one more stone at the bedside cairn, a marker of where you practice tonight. Feel the bed rise to greet you again by a hair, and let kindness do what cleverness cannot do. Carry you quietly toward the shore. Clear seeing is the lantern on this path, not the harsh spotlight that interrogates, but the soft lamp you carry when you walk through the house at night so you don't stub your toes. Clear seeing does not demand perfection. It asks for contact. It wants to know gently and honestly what is here now. When you see clearly, anxiety has fewer corners to hide in. When you see clearly, the body trusts you. Tonight we'll practice this kind of seeing, the kind that lets you rest because you are no longer chasing shadows. Begin by letting your eyelids be heavy and your gaze, even behind closed eyes, be wide. Imagine you are looking at a horizon rather than a single point. Peripheral attention tells the nervous system that the predator is not right in front of you. Even if there is no predator, your older body relaxes when you give it a wide field. Notice the sense of width from temple to temple, collarbone to collarbone, hip to hip. Let the breath move within that width like a small tide moving across a quiet bay. Clear seeing begins with a simple inventory you do without judgment. Ask 3 questions in this order. What is the body doing? What is the feeling tone? What is the story trying to run? The body might be tight at the jaw, the feeling tone might be unpleasant, and the story might be I can't sleep and tomorrow will be wrecked. You don't argue with any of it. You note it like a scientist with a warm heart. Body tight, feeling unpleasant, story alarming. Then, because you saw it, you have choices. You soften the jaw by 2 millimeters. You allow the unpleasantness to be unpleasant without adding a second arrow. You label the story as a story and place it on the shelf for now. Already the weather inside changes a degree. There is an old moment in the Buddha's story that is perfect for nights like this. After awakening, he was approached again and again by Mara, the figure of confusion and fear. Mara would arrive with old tricks, stirring doubt or irritation or craving. The Buddha didn't fight him, and he didn't pretend Mara wasn't there. He said, "I see you, Mara," and invited him to tea. That was it. The seeing took away the spell. You can borrow this move. When anxiety, restlessness, or sleeplessness shows up, you can say softly, "I see you." Tea is on the table. You can sit, but you don't run the house. Then you return to your breath, your body, your night. The spell loosens when you name the visitor without making them the host. Try it now in a small way. Bring to mind the subtlest tug in you, a thought asking for your attention, a small worry, an itch to fix something. Whisper inside, "I see you." If it helps, you can smile the smallest smile, not because you like it, but because you recognize it. Then decide where you want your attention to live for the next 2 breaths. Maybe it's the feeling of your hands. Maybe it's the warmth at your nose as you exhale. Maybe it's the weight of your shoulder in the pillow. Hold attention there the way you'd hold a small bird. Not so tight that you crush, not so loose that it flies off immediately. 2 breaths. Then check again what has shifted. Clear seeing is not a switch that flips. It is a posture you learn. During the day, clear seeing looks like naming the actual rather than the catastrophic. You open your calendar and feel your chest rise. Actual, 3 meetings and a deadline. Catastrophic, I will drown and disappoint everyone, and this proves I'm behind at life. When you name the actual calmly, the nervous system organizes. You can choose one next thing. You can write 3 sentences. You can say 1 honest no. You conserve energy and, by night, the residue of panic is lighter. You can install small rituals to support this seeing. One is called name and return. Each hour that you remember, pause for 10 seconds. Silently name the strongest sensation, the dominant feeling tone, and the loudest story. Sensation could be warmth in the face, tension in the lower back. Feeling tone could be pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Story could be something simple like I must hurry or I'm doing okay. After naming, return to your chosen anchor for 2 breaths. Breath, ground, or sound. No analysis.
No fixing.
Just name and return. If you forget for 5 hours, no problem. The next hour you remember counts. Over time, your mind learns that clarity is available without drama. At night, clear seeing benefits from an agreement with yourself. The agreement is, I will not do math with fear. That means when the mind offers late-night calculations, if I fall asleep by 1:20 and wake at 6:30, then that's only 5 hours and my performance will crash and... You catch the pen in midair. You say, kindly no. We don't do math with fear. And you return to feeling the breath. Your body does much better with simple rhythms than with anxious equations. Another support is soft light. The body listens to light the way flowers do. If you can, dim the room by 1 step before bed. Let the light be a companion rather than a drill sergeant. If screens are bright, consider using 1 minute of dark before you close your eyes. Not as punishment, as kindness. During that minute, clear seeing is simple. Feel the outline of your body. Feel the border where skin meets air. Within that outline, feel the breath move. No words needed. The animal in you recognizes the cue. Night has arrived. Clear seeing does not mean coldness. It means intimacy without clinging. Picture the way you might watch rain on a window. You see the droplets, the paths they take, the way they merge. You don't bang on the glass, and you don't demand that the rain hurry. You are simply with it. Try watching your own breath that way for a minute. Notice the small differences. The inhale that slips in silently, the exhale that has a tiny sound, the pause that is not a holding but a natural resting place. If your attention wanders, you don't scold. You say, rain does what rain does, and you begin again. Sometimes confusion dresses up as clarity by rushing to conclusions. He didn't reply, so I must have said something wrong. The meeting was quiet, so my idea was dumb. Clear seeing asks for 1 more breath before judgment. That 1 breath is not a delay tactic. It is enough time for the nervous system to step out of emergency mode and back into reality. After that breath, you can choose a kinder interpretation or, even better, admit you don't know yet. I don't know is a peaceful place when it is honest. The body loves honest sentences. Let's make a practice that lives in your eyes. Soften your gaze so it includes the edges of your visual field at the same time. Even with eyes closed, imagine the left and right edges of space. Gently attend to both at once for a few seconds. Then rest your attention on the space behind your eyes, as if you could feel a small room there. Back and wide, back and wide. This toggling invites the brain into a mode of spacious attention instead of tunnel attention. Sleep belongs to spacious attention. Anxiety belongs to tunnel attention. You can change modes with small moves like this. We'll also practice a simple form of labeling in the language of weather. When thoughts spin, wind. When sensations pulse, rain. When emotions surge, wave. When everything feels still, clear. Use the simplest label that feels true. The point is not to be clever. It is to remind yourself that weather changes on its own. The sky does not grab clouds. The sea does not hold a wave in place. Label softly and feel the body's willingness to let this weather be what it is until it naturally moves. In the kitchen, clear seeing tastes like eating the thing you are eating. Notice how often the mind plans the next bite before you finish the current one. Tonight or tomorrow, consider a single bite as practice. Feel texture, temperature, the way flavor opens and fades. Notice the moment the urge to rush rises, and do not make that urge an enemy. Say, I see you. Then keep company with the current bite for 2 more seconds. Ordinary pleasures become anchors when you let them complete themselves. When you work with others, Clear seeing protects the nervous system from 1,000 unnecessary alarms. If a message arrives with a sharp tone, you can see very specifically what is true. The tone is sharp, your chest tightens, a memory of an old criticism wakes up, and a story begins to sprint. This is not failure. It is a pattern. Seeing it, you give your body 2 breaths before responding. You let the first draft of your reply evaporate. You ask one clarifying question, or you say, "Let's speak live." You move from clarity instead of reaction, and the day costs less energy. Now let's turn again toward bed. If you are lying down, do nothing for a moment but feel the places where the surface meets you. The back of the head, the shoulder, the elbow, the hip, the heel, or if you're on your side, the outer ankle, the side of the knee, the shoulder blade. Simple contact. Clear seeing says, "This is where I am." The mind might offer commentary about tomorrow. You can thank it and return to contact. Imagine you are a cat demonstrating how to rest. Utterly unashamed, proportional to the support available, willing to let gravity do most of the work. If an ache or pain is here, see if you can widen your attention around it. Not to erase it, to give it neighbors. Feel the space in the room, the air on your cheek, the steadiness of the bed. Sometimes the ache changes when it is not the only thing being looked at. When it does not change, the kindness of being held by a larger field still matters. You are not a single sensation. You are a field of experience, and fields are easier to rest in than points. Identity gets sticky at night. The sentence, "I am a poor sleeper," can feel like a verdict. Clear seeing invites a softer grammar. I'm noticing wakefulness. Notice how that changes the body. There is room to move, room to rest. You are not lying, you are being specific. Specific is a gift to the nervous system. It can work with specific. Sometimes the most helpful move is to stop arguing with the clock. If there is a clock in the room and you can hide it, hide it. If you can't, agree with yourself that you will not translate its numbers into doom. Time will move whether you check it or not. Your work is to be here for this breath without placing it on a timeline. This breath does not happen at 1:14 a.m. This breath happens here. Let's craft an evening ritual that makes clear seeing physical. 10 minutes is enough. Begin by dimming one light or lighting one candle. Sit or stand and feel your feet. Offer yourself a single sentence. May I see what is here kindly. Do 3 slow neck circles, 3 shoulder rolls, and 1 stretch that your body asks for. Then lie down and place 1 hand on the belly, 1 on the chest. Breathe. Belly rises, chest rises. Chest falls, belly falls. After 10 breaths, slide your hands down beside you and let your attention rest in the weight of your body for a minute. Then choose a phrase to keep you company as you drift. Something like "here" or "soften" or just this. If emotions come, meet them with "I see you" and permission to be here for a few breaths. End with 1 tiny gratitude that is not abstract. Grateful for the cool side of the pillow. Grateful for the quiet corner of the room. Grateful for the way my toes feel warm. Specific gratitude anchors the mind in reality. Reality is gentler than imagination at night. During the day, simple tools help you maintain this clarity. When confusion rises, do the hand of return. Touch a surface near you, a table, a wall, your own sleeve. Feel texture and temperature for 3 seconds. The hand tells the brain, "We are here," or use 2-point attention. Feel the breath and 1 sound at the same time for 6 breaths. This dual focus occupies the mind just enough to stop spirals and gives the body a rhythm it trusts. None of this is fancy. That is the power. It works because it cooperates with how you're built. If you are parenting or caring for someone, clear seeing is an act of love. When a child calls from their room, you will see your own fatigue, your wish for silence, your love, and maybe your impatience. You name them: tired, loving, impatient. Then you respond from the steadiness that comes from being honest with yourself. You say, "I'm here." You make the small adjustment. Later, you give yourself credit for the clarity, not only for the outcome. This builds a self-respect that eases nights. Let's return to the Buddha and Mara for one more minute. When the Buddha invited Mara to tea, sometimes Mara stayed a while. Clear seeing doesn't guarantee that visitors leave on your schedule. But while they are there, you remain yourself. You keep your seat. You sip your tea. You do not hand over the keys to the house. This is the art for restless nights. Wakefulness might stay. You remain yourself anyway and practice resting while awake. Paradoxically, this is when sleep often finds you. Not when you chase it, but when you show it you can be peaceful without its permission. To close, breathe in as if you are letting night air wash through your chest like a gentle tide. Breathe out as if you are rinsing the day into the larger sea that holds everything. Whisper a phrase you can mean. I will see gently. I will allow what is here. I will rest anyway. Feel the way these words change the room inside you. If you drift, drift. If you remain, remain with the softness of someone who has stopped arguing with clouds. We will keep weaving compassion, clear seeing, and letting go into practical moves for ordinary hours and deep nights. For now, widen your gaze, even behind the eyelids, and let your breath be the soft lamp that lights the next few steps. You are allowed to carry a small light and to walk slowly. The house of your life becomes easier to move through when you do. Letting go is the third inner power, the quiet art that returns you to yourself. It sounds like a grand gesture, but in practice it is mostly small releases repeated. How you soften a jaw, how you stop rehearsing an argument, how you put the phone face down, how you let a breath finish without adding a story. Tonight we'll learn to recognize the subtle holding that tires you and the simple moves that set it down. Letting go is not abandonment. It is trust. It is trusting gravity to carry what you no longer need to grip. Begin with the hands. Even if they are still, there can be a faint curl in the fingers, a readiness to grab. Gently open both hands, palms up, and rest them where they can be lazy. Notice the first impulse to curl back in. Do nothing about it. Let the hands learn what it feels like when there is nothing to hold. Sometimes a tiny tremble passes through the fingers as they release. That's just stored effort dissolving. If you like, imagine that each exhale turns your palms a shade warmer, as if sun were shining on them from within. Letting go begins with seeing what you're carrying. Not in a moral way, simply in a literal way. Scan your body for small grips. The tongue pressing the roof of the mouth like a secret bracing. The shoulder blades creeping up to listen for trouble. The belly held like a shield. Find one. Don't pry it open. Surround it with attention, like warm water in a bowl. Let it float. Give it one long exhale. If it yields, lovely. If it stays, also lovely. Letting go is not forcing open. It's stopping the extra squeezing. If you can reduce the grip by 10%, you will feel the night let you in. In the Buddhist tradition, there is a story of two monks walking along a muddy road after rain. They came to a swollen stream where a woman waited, hesitant and worried about crossing. The older monk lifted her, carried her through the water, set her down on the far side, and continued walking. Hours later, the younger monk burst out, "We are not supposed to touch women. Why did you carry her?" The older monk replied, "Brother, I put her down hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" This is the shape of letting go. You put it down when it's time to put it down. The rest is the mind carrying what the body finished long ago. Try a small version of that now with a thought you've carried today. Perhaps a sentence you keep arguing with, a what-if that keeps nibbling, an image that returns uninvited. Picture yourself setting it down on the floor beside the bed, as if it were a bag you've carried far enough. Give it a place. You don't have to fling it away. You simply let it stand there like a suitcase by the door. If it attempts to climb back onto the bed, you can say, "I see you." You can wait there. "I'm resting." Repeat as many times as necessary, with the tone of a kind doorman. During the day, letting go often looks like clearing the path for attention. Your browser has a parade of tabs. Each tab is a hand pulling on your sleeve. Choose 1 minute now to practice in imagination. See the row of tabs. Pick one that matters. Close two that don't. Feel the micro-release in your chest when red badges disappear. That small breath of space is not trivial. It is energy saved. Tonight you can practice the same with mental tabs. Choose one thing to hold kindly, and close two you can safely reopen tomorrow. At the sink, when the water runs over your hands, consider that the water has one job: to flow. It does not cling to the skin. It meets, it slides, it moves. You can borrow its posture. Let the day's residue flow off you as you move your hands under the stream. If there is a voice that says this is silly, smile and keep letting the water do its one job. The body responds to image and rhythm more quickly than to argument. Flow teaches better than logic. Sometimes letting go means allowing a wave to pass through instead of trying to be smooth. If the body wants to yawn, let it. If a sigh wants to escape, let it. If a brief shiver moves along your shoulders like a dog shaking off water, let it finish. The animal part of you knows how to discharge effort. You don't have to manage these releases. You only have to stop interrupting them. After a sigh, notice how the room inside your ribs feels larger, how the night seems to step closer. There is a Zen tale about a professor who visited a monk to learn about enlightenment. The monk poured tea into the professor's cup until it overflowed onto the table. The professor protested, "Stop, it's full." The monk said, "Like this cup, you are full of your own opinions. How can I show you anything unless you first empty your cup?" We can translate that into something practical and kind. Before you go to sleep, empty one small cup. Not all opinions, not all plans. Just one cup. It might be the cup of checking. Decide that you will not check anything else tonight. It might be the cup of replaying. Decide that you will not replay conversations in bed. You gently set that cup on the nightstand, empty, and you agree not to fill it again until morning. When your hand reaches, you remember the empty cup and choose your breath instead. Letting go often feels scary because we think it means we'll lose what matters. In truth, it's the opposite. When you unclench, you can finally hold what matters with both hands. Picture holding water in a fist versus cupped palms. The fist tires and loses. The open hands rest and keep. When you let go of performing calm, you can feel actual calm. When you let go of controlling outcomes, you can care about them more cleanly. When you let go of defending an identity, you can act more freely. Let's practice the open hands breath for a minute. On the inhale, imagine your palms filling with air like two small bowls. On the exhale, imagine the air flowing over the sides and into the room. Inhale, filling gently. Exhale, spilling gently. If imagery is not your style, simply keep palms open and allow a slightly longer exhale. 3 to 5 cycles are enough to teach the body what the mind is still learning. Releasing is safe. In ordinary scenes, letting go changes the flavor of your hours. Picture your morning inbox. Instead of grabbing all of it at once with your mind, you let go of the fantasy of finishing. You pick one real message and offer it one real breath of attention. You respond. Then you set it down and pick the next. Picture a hallway at home where clutter gathers. You let go of the idea that the whole house must transform to be good. You choose one surface and clear it with friendly hands. The small order sends a message to your nervous system. This day contains places of ease. By night, those messages add up. If grief rises while you practice letting go, don't rush to release it. Sometimes the thing to let go of is the demand to be done with grief. Let grief be a slow river that you sit beside. Touch the surface with your fingers. When your skin grows cold, lift your hand, wrap yourself in the blanket of breath, and stay. The river keeps moving whether you stare at it or not. Your presence is what matters, not speed. Now a simple ritual for bed. Call it Set Down 3. As you lie down, choose 3 invisible objects to place on the bedside table. First, a worry about tomorrow. Name it exact. The presentation, the school drop-off, the appointment. Set it down. Second, a self-judgment from today. Name it exact. The shortness in your reply, the missed workout, the forgotten call. Set it down. Third, a hope that is too sharp right now. Name it exact. That someone texts, that sleep arrives in 10 minutes, that a plan works. Set it down. After each placing, feel the weight of your body increase by a hair, as if gravity says, "Thank you, I'll take that." For parents and caregivers, letting go can be the release of imaginary perfection. When a child interrupts your exhale with a need, you may feel resentment spark and then judge the spark. Instead, let go of judging the spark. Acknowledge it and choose your next kindness. Later, let go of replaying the moment as proof of anything. It was a moment. You kept going. This is how nerves become less brittle, not by banishing sparks, but by dropping the extra arrows you shoot after them. At work, letting go can be the art of stopping one sentence earlier. You write the email and feel the urge to explain everything so no one can misunderstand. Instead, you trim the last paragraph. You let the message breathe. You let go of controlling how it will land. When you feel the urge to refresh for a reply, you practice one slow exhale with your hands off the keyboard and your eyes soft on the horizon of your screen. The reply will arrive at its time. You don't need to sit at the dock starving for its ship. Your body holds ignorance of time. It understands cycles better than clocks. If your mind won't release the clock at night, offer the body a cycle instead. 4 gentle breaths, a slow roll to the other side for gentle breaths, or a sequence of 3 words repeated for a minute. Soften, breathe, rest. Cycles reassure the animal that it is in a pattern, and animals relax inside patterns. Letting go of clock thinking is not indifference. It is choosing a rhythm that helps. Identity is a sticky place where letting go becomes medicine. When you catch the sentence, "I am an anxious sleeper," loosen it to "I'm noticing anxious sensations while I rest." When you catch "I am behind," loosen it to "There's more on my list than fits today." These are not tricks. They are accurate. They remove the glue. From there, you can choose one kindness and one next step without carrying the weight of a verdict. For those moments when anger flares, letting go can look like widening the container. Anger is a tight emotion shaped like a fist. Give it a bigger bowl. Feel your feet. Feel your back against the chair or the bed. Breathe one round that is longer on the exhale. Place a phrase near the anger like a lantern. "Not now," or "I will speak when I'm steady." This is not stuffing feelings. This is setting them down until you can carry them without dropping yourself. Here is a micro-practice you can use anytime called the hinge. Choose a physical hinge in your day. The car door closing, the bathroom light switching off, the latch of the gate, the click of your laptop lid. Each time you move a hinge, let something hinge inside. As the door shuts, imagine a compartment of your mind clicking closed on what's behind you. As the light goes off, imagine a box sealing around what you're done with tonight. As the lid lowers, imagine a shelf where work waits, safe and out of sight. Hinges teach the body that transitions can carry what you no longer need to hold. There is also the drain. Lying on your back, picture a small drain at the base of your spine or at your heels. On each exhale, a teaspoon of stale effort slides out through the drain and into the floor. Nothing dramatic. Teaspoons. After 10 or 15 exhales, check the pressure inside your chest. Usually it has dropped half a notch. If visualizing isn't your way, simply place attention in your heels for a minute and let gravity pull on you like a patient friend. In conversation, letting go often works at the level of the breath you don't take to defend yourself. Someone speaks sharply. You feel heat. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps they are right. Let go of winning for one breath. On that breath, choose a question instead of a rebuttal. What did you mean when you said, or can we slow this down? Slowing is a form of release. It takes the hand off the throat of the moment. Another tiny practice, one breath finish. The mind often leaves a breath unfinished to chase a thought. For the next minute, your only job is to finish each exhale. Not longer than you need, just finished. Notice the tiny click of completion at the bottom when the body decides it's time to inhale again. That click is your animal intelligence doing its job. Letting go here is trusting the body to trigger the next inhale without you driving it. Let's craft a small decluttering of the inner shelf before sleep. Name the 3 loudest voices in your head. Perhaps the planner, the critic, and the rescuer. Thank them each for their service. Then give them each a chair in the hallway. You can even imagine their shapes, the planner with a stack of notebooks, the critic with a red pen, the rescuer with a toolkit. One by one, you guide them to the hall and close the door most of the way. Not slammed, not locked. They can rest. You can rest. If one pokes a head in, you nod and gesture to the chair again. Be patient. You are training loyal workers to trust that off-duty hours exist. When you brush your teeth, exhale slowly as you rinse. When you fold a towel, fold it once with attention and let that stand for all the towels you won't fold perfectly tonight. When you turn off a lamp, allow your fingers to linger 1 second on the switch, telling your system, this is real. We are stopping. These tiny rehearsals make it easier to release larger things. The need to be impressive, the need to be certain, the need to be fast. If you find yourself stuck in a loop, a phrase that repeats, a worry that circles, try the open gate sentence. Say gently, I permit this to be unresolved tonight. The loop keeps spinning because it suspects resolution is required. Show it that unresolved can be a stable state for a few hours. The body understands permission. When you say it and mean it, shoulders sink. The night grows friendlier. There is a loving image you can borrow as you drift. Imagine the Buddha sitting under the Bodhi tree, earth soft beneath him, night insects singing, river nearby. When Mara appeared with shadows and doubts, the Buddha touched the earth. The ground witnessed his place. You don't need to be a statue or a saint. You can touch your sheet, your pillow, the wooden edge of your bed. You can let the simple texture of material things testify. You belong here, in this night, in this breath. With that contact, you let go of proving your right to rest. You rest. In the morning, letting go continues as a kindness to your future self. Instead of filling the first minute with screens, put 1 cup under the tap and drink. Feel the water. Thank the body. Then choose 1 intentional sentence to begin your day. Something like, today I will return to my breath when I remember. Or today I will finish my exhales. Put down the sentence after you say it. You don't have to keep repeating. The body will. For now, here in the quiet, return to the simplest gesture. Open hands. Longish exhale. Permission phrases like, it's okay to stop now, or I can set this down, or safe enough for this breath. Feel the way the mattress cradles you more when your muscles consent to be held. Let the jaw hang a fraction. Let your lips be soft. Let your eyes rest heavier in their sockets. Let there be nothing heroic about you. Heroism is for daytime. Night is for creatures that breathe and release and sleep because they are allowed to. If sleep comes, it comes. If it doesn't, you can still practice the art that makes tomorrow gentler. You can still be the person who puts the woman down at the stream, the person who empties one cup, the person who opens hands and finishes exhales. You are teaching your whole system how to put down what isn't yours to carry all the time. That is a gift to every hour you live. We'll keep weaving this into identity in the next part, loosening the grip on who you think you have to be so you can move more freely, rest more easily, and meet life with less armor. For now, place one last invisible thing on the bedside table. Perhaps the last name you're calling yourself tonight, or the last standard you're trying to meet before sleep. Set it down like a stone. Hear the tiny thud. Feel how the bed rises to meet you a little more. Breathe in the space you just made. Breathe out into the quiet you are creating. Let go gently of letting go. There is nothing else to do. Tonight we loosen the story of who you have to be. Not to erase you, but to give you room to breathe. Identity is useful in the daylight. It helps you answer to a name, do your work, care for the people you love. But at night, the tight version of identity keeps the mind awake, guarding a castle that doesn't need guarding. We will learn how to hang up the heavy armor of me, the way you hang up a coat by the door, and how to sleep in the soft shirt of being simply here. Settle again. Let the bed receive you. Feel the soft gravity that says you belong to the ground. Let your jaw hang a fraction looser, your brow soften, your belly be an animal that trusts the den. If your thoughts announce themselves with titles, parent, partner, leader, fixer, failure, success, let those titles be printed on little name tags. For the next few breaths, picture a small wooden rack on the wall beside your bed. One by one, peel off a tag and hang it there. Parent goes up. Professional goes up. Good friend goes up. Disappointed one goes up. Even the tag that says good meditator can go up. When all the tags you can find are on the hooks, check your chest. Often it rises a degree easier when the tags are not pinned to it. In the Buddha's language, the self is more of a verb than a noun. A stream of sensations, feelings, perceptions, thoughts, and habits weaving together. You don't have to memorize any terms. Just notice what is real. Right now there is warmth at your cheek, a whisper of breath at your nostrils, maybe a sound from down the hall, a thought passing that says this is working or this is silly. All of that is showing up. The part of you that tries to glue it into me can rest for a while. When we let the glue dry out, the pieces arrange themselves more kindly. Try a tiny practice. For the next minute, replace I am with I'm noticing. If a thought arises that says I am anxious, gently render it I'm noticing anxiety. If the mind chirps I am failing at sleep, let it become I'm noticing wakefulness. This is not playing with words. It is telling the truth more precisely. The body hears the precision and releases a little. You are not the weather. You are the sky that notices weather. During the day, identity can become a set of armor plates. Useful in a storm, exhausting when worn to the dinner table or the pillow. Imagine, in your mind's eye, a simple coat rack by the front door of your home life. When you finish a task or return from an errand, picture yourself pausing at the threshold and hanging a plate of armor on the peg. Just one plate at a time. The plate might be expert. It might be helper. It might be unappreciated. Feel your chest after you set it there. Small, repeatable relief builds a habit of letting the body be a body rather than a statue. There's an old dialogue where a monk is asked to show where a chariot truly exists. Is it the wheels, the axle, the frame, the yoke? None alone is the chariot, and yet together, interacting, we call it chariot. Your name is like that. There is breath, bone, memory, habit, kindness, confusion. Together, moving, we say your name. At night, you don't have to hold all of it at once. You can trust that the parts will still be here in the morning. Let the chariot rest in the shed. Let the pieces be warmed by the dark. Identity gets sticky around praise and blame. If you were praised today, notice the glow and let it be warmth on your skin rather than proof you must keep shining. If you were blamed or corrected, notice the sting and let it be a first arrow rather than a confession carved in stone. Bring a hand to your chest and say, warmth is here, sting is here, both pass. Then feel the bed again. Praise does not need guarding. Blame does not need guarding. Your breath needs your company. Try the name tag fading practice. With your eyes half closed or fully closed, imagine your most insistent label written in soft chalk on a small slate. Overthinker, tired one, strong one, responsible one, messy one, whatever one. Hold the slate up in your mind. With each slow exhale, watch a little chalk dust blow away. After 6 breaths, the word is lighter, patchy, almost translucent. The slate is still there. You can write again tomorrow. For now, the letters rest. Pay attention to your temples and the space behind your eyes as the word fades. Those places often unclench when the label loosens. In work scenes, identity whispers you must be the fixer. You open a message thread and feel pulled to be the one who keeps the world from wobbling. Clear seeing helps. What is needed right now that is mine to do? What can be left? Say the second question out loud if you can. You are not a role, you are a person who can wear a role for a while. When the role is hung up, watch how the shoulders sink an inch. That inch is worth hours of sleep. In family scenes, identity whispers you must always be the patient one. When patience runs thin, the critic arrives with paperwork about how you failed your role. Instead of signing, you can say, I am not a job description. I'm a human in a house. Then practice one kind action with a tired nervous system. A small pause before speaking, a gentle touch on your own arm, a breath while you look at the floor and let your eyes find a reassuring square of carpet or tile. The critic loses jurisdiction when you relate to yourself as a person, not a title. There's another story from the Buddha's life. When insults were hurled at him, he asked, if someone brings you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does it belong? The answer was to the giver. This is not a clever trick. It's a doorway to night peace. If the day offered you labels you don't need to sleep with, lazy, too much, not enough, you can leave the package outside. Whisper, not accepted tonight. Then feel your breath complete and exhale. That completion seals the door. Let's make identity work with you, not against you. Choose one value that is dear: kindness, clarity, honesty, steadiness. Let it be a small stone in your pocket rather than a billboard on your chest. When you reach into your mind's pocket, touch the stone for a second and let your next action match it. Then put the stone back. At bedtime, you don't need to sleep in your value suit. You can set the stone on the nightstand and say, we did enough for today. We will pick this up in the morning. Now we'll do a body practice called the coat rack. Lying as you are, imagine a standing rack at your bedside with 5 pegs. Peg 1 is body doing. Peg 2 is feeling tone. Peg 3 is thought stream. Peg 4 is roles. Peg 5 is future self. Place one thing on each peg with your next 5 exhales. On exhale 1, whatever your body is doing, fidget, tension, stillness, hang it up. On exhale 2, the mood of the moment, pleasant, unpleasant, neutral, hang it up. On exhale 3, the current thought pattern, plans, memories, judging, hang it up. On exhale 4, the roles, parent, colleague, partner, hang them up. On exhale 5, your future self with all their jobs, hang them up too. Then inhale and feel what is left. Usually a soft, wordless being. This is the one who sleeps. If a fear rises, if I let go of my roles, will I be careless tomorrow? Meet it with a practical answer. You will put the coat back on in the morning. Rest does not erase your care. It restores the hands that carry it. Think of a lamp. It glows not because it argues with darkness, but because it is connected to a source. Tonight you reconnect. In your social scroll, identity is a mask that fits too tight. Tomorrow, before you open an app, ask, who am I trying to be for these rectangles? Then ask, who do I want to be for the person in front of me at breakfast? Let the second question have more weight. If you catch yourself polishing your self-story, place the phone down for one breath and polish your presence instead. Feel your feet, your breath, your face soften. Presence is the version of you that sleeps well. Another bedtime practice, the pronoun melt. As you exhale, silently replace mine with this. My breath becomes this breath. My back becomes this back. My worry becomes this worry. When you say this, things that felt locked in the vault of me slide onto the gentle table of experience. They are easier to care for on a table than in a vault. After a few breaths of this, the body often trusts the mattress more fully. Identity resists change with stories of always and never. Always behind. Never good at sleeping. Let's adjust the lens to something truer. Today and sometimes. Today there was more to do than fit. Sometimes sleep takes time. The nervous system loves this kind of realism. It stops bracing against verdicts and starts cooperating with the next small kindness. If it helps, borrow the image of a sand mandala. Monks create elaborate patterns in colored sand, and then they brush them away to honor impermanence. Tonight, let your day's identity be sand. See the careful shapes: helper, thinker, doer, trier. Then, with 3 slow exhales, picture a soft brush drawing a line through the patterns. Not as destruction, as respect. The care remains in your hands even as the pattern goes. You sleep better when you don't guard a sandcastle from the tide. We can give your body a direct experience of identity loosening. Bring your attention to the space an inch behind your eyes. Rest there for 2 breaths, wide and kind. Then drift attention down to the middle of your chest and rest there for 2 breaths, noticing how the breath touches your hand if it's placed there. Then drift down to your belly for 2 breaths, letting the belly be unpolished. Finally, rest attention in your feet or ankles for 2 breaths, feeling their honest heaviness. You just traveled through the house of you without picking up a name tag. The house is here. It needs no sign on the door tonight. In conversation, the light version of identity allows you to ask clarifying questions instead of defending a position you've preassigned yourself. If someone misunderstood you today, you can let tonight's version of you be the one who doesn't rehearse rebuttals. Feel the bed. Feel the mouth slacken. Store your words in the drawer until morning. The drawer closes with a small click. That click is your system shifting from vigilance to rest. If memories arrive, a room from years ago, a sentence said or unsaid, greet the one who was you then. You don't have to relive their story. Sit with them for 1 breath on the stoop of the past and say, you did enough to get me here. I'll sleep for both of us. Then return to the present room. The mattress in this decade is the only one that can hold you now. For moments when identity tightens suddenly, the mind declares I am the only one keeping things together. Try a 3-part sentence whispered on an exhale. This is a moment. This is human. This will move. The sentence shrinks the drama, reconnects you to everyone, and reminds you of change. Identity inflated like a parade balloon slowly finds its string again and drifts to a manageable size. Let's craft a tiny morning ritual that supports the night's softening. When you wake, before you pick up any name tags, put a palm on your heart and a palm on your belly and say, I'll wear rolls lightly today. Then choose one place you will intentionally drop a roll for 10 seconds. At the sink, at a red light, before a call, and simply be a breathing animal. That brief practice pays forward to the evening like a quiet savings plan. If doubt arises, is this just semantics? Notice that doubt is another name tag. Hang it up too. Then test reality in your body. Finish one exhale fully and wait until the body invites the next inhale. Feel the bed lift you a hair more when you don't hold yourself up. The proof is in the animal. It knows when you put the suit down. As we ease toward the end of this part, return to the coat rack and glance at the pegs. See your roles, your stories, your future self resting there. You can even thank them. Thank you for your service today. We will work together tomorrow. Now look at the space of you without them. Soft mouth, warm chest, heavy limbs, breathing tide. This one is older than every biography and kinder than every verdict. This one is allowed to fall asleep without a banner over the bed. Let your last few breaths be simple. Inhale, I'm here. Exhale, just this. Inhale, I'm here. Exhale, just this. If sleep comes, let it gather you without asking for ID. If wakefulness lingers, let it sit on a chair by the door while you rest anyway. The chair is solid, the door is closed most of the way, the night is friendly enough. There is nothing left to prove about who you are. There is only this warm animal, this soft dark, this kind breath. Tonight we gather the threads and weave them into the cloth of an ordinary day. You don't need a monastery to practice. Your home is a monastery when you are gentle inside it. Your commute is a walking meditation when you remember your feet. Your inbox is a bell when you choose one thing on purpose. We'll walk through a quiet day together, from waking to rest, and plant small rituals that carry compassion, clear seeing, and letting go without asking you to change your life. You will not be asked to become anyone else. You will be invited to be you with less weight. Imagine first light arriving like a soft hand on the curtains. Before the mind reaches for the phone or the list, feel the animal's first breath. If it feels right, add a sentence that fits in the space of an exhale. Good morning, body. This is a tiny ceremony. A bow without bending puts kindness in the water of your day. If you forget 5 mornings in a row and remember on the 6th, that is the practice working. The body learns by repetition and forgiveness. When you stand, let your feet meet the floor as if the floor were greeting you by name. There's a temptation to leap forward into tasks. Instead, let yourself arrive. If balance wobbles, smile. Wobbling is human. While you brush your teeth, finish your exhales. Not longer than natural, just complete. This tells your nervous system that today can be paced by rhythm rather than urgency. The mouth is a simple classroom for the mind. The pulse slows when you let a breath finish. In the kitchen, as water warms the mug, choose one of the 3 inner powers to drink with your tea or coffee. You might choose compassion. May the first sips be a kindness to the one who will write messages, take calls, solve problems, and feel human feelings today. You might choose clear seeing. May I notice what is real rather than what fear predicts. You might choose letting go. May I set down what isn't mine each time I pass a doorway. You're not casting a spell, you're giving your attention a friendly steering wheel so the day does not pull you by the collar. There is a story about the empty boat. You are rowing on a foggy lake when another boat drifts into yours and bumps the side. If it is empty, you shrug and push it away. If someone is inside, you bristle. You say, "Watch where you're going." The only difference is the story you add to the bump. Much of your day is like this lake. Emails bump, voices bump, delays bump. When you feel bristling rise, you can ask, what if this is an empty boat? It doesn't excuse harm. It frees you from the second arrow of personalization. You move the boat, you say what needs saying, but your chest stays softer. At work or school, choose one island in the sea of tasks. An island is a small block of attention with clear edges. Tell yourself 10 minutes on this, then a breath and a stand. Begin. When the mind reaches for another tab out of habit, feel your hands for 1 second. The temperature, the texture of the keys, the small animal knowledge in your fingers. Your hands are honest. they keep you in the island. When 10 minutes end, stand if you can and let your gaze widen to the farthest thing you can see. Peripheral vision tells the older body that the field is open, and the alarm system dials down. If you're moving through a city, practice the step that belongs. Let your footfalls be the metronome for a few yards. Inhale for 3 steps, exhale for 4. If counting feels jangly, drop numbers and keep the feeling of exhale finishing just after the last step in a group. You are not trying to become special. You are letting the walk be a friend. The body loves when steps and breath cooperate. It stops scanning the horizon for proof you're late for your life. Conversations will test you. Someone you love might be tired and sharp. Someone you report to might be hurried and blunt. Before you answer, find the corners of your eyes and soften them as if your gaze could include the other person and the doorframe at once. This small move widens the inner room and gives you a fraction of a second to choose. In that fraction, you can ask inwardly, what's mine to carry here? Clear-seeing answers in simple language. My tone, my next sentence, my boundary if needed. You will walk away with less residue to burn at night. Screens will invite you to scroll past your own body. Try the thumbs-up pause. Each time your thumb taps an app, pause 1 heartbeat with the phone in your hand and ask, what am I hoping this gives me? If the answer is connection, you might send 1 genuine message instead of 10 swipes. If the answer is relief, you might stand and drink water first. If the answer is delight, you might watch a short clip and then, when it ends, rest your eyes on something still in the room for 2 breaths so your nervous system remembers the texture of non-flicker. This is not a ban. It is a kindness to the animal who lives behind your eyes. Laundry and dishes are old teachers. When you lift a shirt, feel its weight and whisper, thank you, fabric, for the day you held. When you rinse a bowl, let the water speak flow into your hands. If gratitude feels too sweet in a given moment, simply notice the contact of material things. Porcelain, cotton, steel. Sensations are safe harbors. They don't ask you to become a better person before you touch them. In the language of the 3 frictions, this contact helps you release wanting, soften pushing away, and clear confusion without having to solve a single thought. Midday, try a reset that takes 30 seconds. Sit or stand and stack head over heart over pelvis like stones in a calm tower. Breathe with 1 hand on your chest and 1 on your belly twice. Then ask, what's the kind thing I can do next? It might be sending a hard message cleanly. It might be putting a snack where your future self will find it. It might be stepping outside to look at the far line where sky meets building. The point is not to be virtuous. The point is to spend the currency of your attention on what actually matters now. There will be mistakes. You may say the clumsy thing. You may drop the ball. You can treat each mistake as a bell rather than a verdict. When the bell rings, bow with an exhale you can feel in your ribs and say, I'll learn here. Then choose 1 small repair. Send an apology sentence that is not a theater. Adjust a plan by 1 notch. Put a reminder where you will actually see it. The nervous system trusts you more when you turn stumbles into steps. Trusted systems sleep easier. If you care for elders or children, practice the 2-body breath. When the other is upset, put 1 hand somewhere your body will accept. Ribs, thigh, forearm. As they breathe in their rhythm, you breathe slowly in yours and silently say, breathing both of us. This does not fix everything. It changes the climate of the room by a degree that often matters. Later, when you lie down, the trace of this shared breath helps you unclench. You gave regulation, you didn't empty your own tank to do it. Afternoon often comes with a dip. Instead of powering through with brittle energy, try a 5-breath retreat. Step to a window or a doorway. Keep your eyes open and soft. Let each inhale be like opening a window into your chest. Each exhale like closing a drawer gently. On the 5th exhale, ask what can be later without harm. Then put one thing on tomorrow's list and feel the micro-release in your jaw. It is not heroism to carry everything in a single day. Heroism for the nervous system is putting down the pebble before it feels like a boulder. As evening approaches, consider a small threshold ritual between outer and inner life. At your door, touch the frame with 2 fingers. Name aloud one thing you are leaving outside for now, the meeting, the delay, the unfinished task. Name aloud one thing you are bringing in, patience for small messes, a willingness to laugh, permission to rest even if the sink isn't perfect. When the mind protests that rituals are silly, remember that your body reads ceremonies fluently. They mark the seasons inside a single day. They tell your animal, we are safe enough to change pace. In meals, make room for one bite to complete itself. Taste it with curiosity the way you would listen to a friend finishing a story. The mind loves to race the fork. The body is relieved when you let one swallow arrive before sending the next parade. After the bite, place the utensil down for one breath. You are not trying to slow your life to a crawl. You are teaching your attention to land on something real. If conflict lingers from the day, avoid turning the bedroom into a courtroom. Take your nervous system for a short walk, even if it's only to the kitchen and back, and say to the air, I will speak when I'm steady. If the conversation must happen, agree on a time limit and a tone, and pause for a breath every 2 or 3 sentences. The point is not to win. It is to preserve the house where both of you have to sleep. Before screens at night, try the lantern minute. Dim a light or light a candle. Sit or lie down and give yourself a single sentence. May I see this evening kindly. Then, with your next 3 exhales, soften brow, chest, and belly one at a time. Blow the candle out if you lit it. If you forget and go straight to scrolling, you can still salvage the lantern anytime by pausing the video or closing the lid and letting one exhale finish completely. Forgiveness is more powerful than discipline for sleep. In bed, let the room hold you the way a bowl holds fruit, with quiet curves and no opinion. If the mind begins to count hours, change the arithmetic. Count completed exhales instead. 10, then begin again. If you lose track, you're doing it right. The point is to give your attention a gentle, boring task that invites the body to take over. When sights or sounds intrude, name them as weather and add them to the bowl instead of throwing them at yourself. If restlessness is a frequent visitor, create a standing invitation instead of a barricade. On your nightstand, keep a simple object that means ease to you. A smooth stone, a small photo, a page with a sentence that works. Touch it when the heart speeds up and say, not a problem to solve. Then place your hand on your belly to remind the breath where to go when it's lost. If this becomes a habit, the object itself will cue your animal body to unclench before the thought arrives. That is the kind of conditioning that helps even on hard nights. A brief return to the Buddha's path. After awakening, he did not retire to a cave. He walked among people doing ordinary things and offered simple instructions rooted in kindness and clarity. The teachings were not for special places. They were for kitchens and fields and roads. You can follow that example by letting your practice be invisible and intimate. No one needs to know you are practicing when you allow a colleague's rough edge to be an empty boat, when you place your phone face down, when you bow to the day for 10 seconds, when you accept milk rice instead of punishing your body with perfection. Invisible practice changes the climate of a life. If worry visits as you drift, the future rising with its maze of paths, remember you do not need to walk any path tonight. Tonight you sit at the trailhead and share tea with the one who tries to choose perfectly. Tell them, sweet friend, we'll pick a step tomorrow. Now we rest the feet that will carry us. Then feel the weight of your ankles, the slow wave at your ribs, the warmth at the tip of your nose as breath leaves. Real sensations are antidotes to hypothetical storms. For parents listening with small feet down the hall, make a bedtime game of setting stones. Pretend the day gave you 3 stones to carry and it's time to return them to the river. Name them out loud together, the loud moment, the sticky spill, the laugh that saved the afternoon, and drop them with your hands into the imaginary water. Hear the tiny splash. Smile at the sound. Rituals done with children teach the adult nervous system too. They make the body believe that the day can end. If you share a bed, sink breaths for 30 seconds without comment. It is a wordless way of saying, we are on the same team even if the day was jagged. If you sleep alone, sync with the sounds of the room. A fan, a distant car, the hum of the night itself. Pairing your rhythm with something steady is a form of being carried. Sleep loves to arrive where someone already feels carried. And now, let's lace all of this together in the simplest way. You have 3 companions for the rest of the night and for tomorrow. Compassion, clear seeing, letting go. Compassion is the tone of your self-talk and your posture. Clear seeing is the honesty of naming what is actual. Letting go is the practice of setting down the extra. When you forget, you will remember again, and that remembering is the whole path. You do not have to graduate to be allowed to rest. You are allowed now. Soften the place behind your eyes. Feel how your cheeks are not holding the world up. Let your tongue rest like a small animal on a warm stone. Breathe one breath that feels like home. If sleep gathers you, let it gather you without ceremony. If wakefulness keeps you company, let it sit in a chair near the door while you recline in the deep chair by the window of the night. You can look out at the quiet street of your own ribs rising and falling. The lantern is lit. The house is safe enough. The path is already beneath you. We have walked for a while together now, and the path has begun to feel familiar under your feet. Tonight we turn toward the 3 old frictions with friendlier eyes. Wanting, pushing away, and confusion are not moral failures. They're signals, like dashboard lights. When you read them without panic, you steer more easily. When you meet them with the 3 inner powers, letting go, acceptance, and clear seeing, rest arrives not as a prize but as a side effect of sanity. We'll practice translating each friction into a simple bodily move and a kinder sentence. We'll keep it ordinary, because ordinary is where anxiety tries to live. Let your breathing do the first translation. Inhale as if you're listening. Exhale as if you're answering, thank you, I hear you. Place 1 palm on the chest, 1 on the belly, and notice which hand moves first. If the upper hand jumps and the lower hand hides, that's common when frictions visit. Invite the lower hand to lead by a hair. Belly first, then chest. The body understands hierarchy. When the belly leads, alarms lower their volume. You are not forcing calm. You are showing the animal where the hearth is. Begin with wanting. Wanting has many costumes. More, different, later. More sleep, different outcome. Later, when I fix this, then I'll rest. Wanting becomes suffering when the mind argues that the present moment is unlivable without its object. You can loosen that knot with a micro-practice called enough for now. For 1 breath, you say softly, enough for this breath. Then you feel 1 ordinary sensation as proof. The blanket on your shin, the cool at the tip of your nose, the shape of the pillow under your cheek. You are not announcing eternal contentment. You are declaring a small armistice the size of a single exhale. Wanting loses its throne when the present proves it can carry even 1 breath without negotiations. In daylight, wanting pulls you to the next click, the next sentence, the next goal. You can answer it with the one true thing. When the urge to scatter arrives, choose 1 thing in front of you and give it an honest minute. 1 pan in the sink, 1 line in the email, 1 sock to fold. Let the minute end and notice how the chest feels. Often wanting quiets when it sees dignity in completion. The nervous system loves finished edges. It believes the world is less dangerous when something ends cleanly. Completion is not always epic. can be a rinsed spoon. Now turn toward pushing away. Aversion is the flinch, the bracing against sensations, the inner grimace at a sound or a face or a thought. Aversion wastes energy by building a wall the moment keeps walking through. Tonight, try the palm-up move. When you notice the flinch, turn one hand palm up where it rests. The palm-up posture says, I'm not grabbing and I'm not fighting. I'm letting this land and pass. Pair it with a sentence you can mean. It can be here for 3 breaths. Count them softly if counting helps. If 3 is too long, choose 1. You are training the body to learn that contact is survivable, that walls are optional in a friendly room. There is a quiet parable here. The Buddha once described a person struck by an arrow who refuses treatment until they know every detail. Who made the arrow, of what wood, dipped in which poison, shot from what angle. They die waiting for certainty. In the realm of aversion, the mind demands guarantees before it will stop bracing. Clear seeing offers a wiser medicine. We can remove the arrow first. In practice, this means you relax your jaw before you have solved your life. You soften your eyes before the neighbor quiets. You accept the itch without needing to like it. You treat the body's wound even while the world is still noisy. The relief you feel is not denial. It's competent triage. Confusion is fog and spin, the sense that the mind is running but not arriving. Creates a counterfeit clarity made of fast conclusions. Always, never, everyone, no one. The antidote is small reality. Try the 3 true things. Say out loud if you can. 3 facts no story can argue with. I am lying on a bed. My breath moves. Night air touches my face. Then let your attention rest for 2 breaths on each fact as if you were touching a stone. Facts are stones in a river. They give the foot a place. Anxiety slips more easily when the foot has something honest to press against. During the day, confusion often takes the form of mind reading. He didn't reply because I failed. She looked away because I'm boring. The fog thickens with every invented reason. Clear seeing interrupts with a sentence that is both humble and freeing. I don't know yet. Then you pick the next kind of action you can actually do. Ask a clarifying question, send the file, close the tab, drink water. You move 1 square. At night, you can repeat the same humility. I don't know yet, and I can rest anyway. Confusion doesn't like that because it wants a courtroom. You refuse to hold court in your bed. Let's braid all 3 frictions into a simple ritual called translate and tilt. When you notice restlessness, you translate which friction is loudest, wanting, pushing away, or confusion, and you tilt the body by 2 degrees toward the matching power. For wanting, tilt toward letting go by exhaling longer and loosening the hands. For pushing away, tilt toward acceptance by turning 1 palm up and softening the brow. For confusion, tilt toward clear seeing by naming 1 fact and feeling it with your skin. Translate, tilt, 2 breaths. Repeat as needed. Small tilts change big rivers over time. There is a scene you know well, the late-night loop. The mind replays a meeting, edits a sentence you already sent, imagines a conversation you might have. Wanting clings to a better past. Aversion rejects what happened. Confusion tries to predict outcomes. You can answer with the closed book. Picture a hardcover book in your hands labeled today. Close it, hear the thump, and set it on the nightstand. If it pops open, place a smooth stone on top in your mind's eye. The stone is permission. Then touch some part of your body that tells the truth simply. A kneecap, the center of the palm, the place where breath meets the lip, and stay there for 4 quiet breaths. Books can be reopened in the morning. Tonight you are not the librarian on duty. Consider everyday wanting in the grocery aisle. You reach for the thing that promises a shortcut to a feeling. Before it lands in the basket, pause 1 heartbeat and ask, what feeling am I hiring this to provide? If the answer is comfort, you can keep the item and also add a second comfort that costs nothing. slower chewing, a seat by a window, a call to a friend for 6 minutes. Wanting is not an enemy. It is a request for a state. When you honor the state directly, the object loses its burden and your nervous system loses its frantic edge. Consider ordinary aversion with a household sound. A drip, a neighbor's laugh, a dog. Your animal registers each as possible threat on bad nights. You can reclassify by giving the sound a place in the band. The drip becomes the metronome. The laugh becomes a saxophone down the block. The dog becomes a low drum. This is not romanticizing. It's assigning. The body likes a band better than an ambush. Let the band play for a minute while you breathe in time with the metronome. Then let attention return to the warmth at your ribs. The very same sound becomes less expensive when it belongs. Consider confusion in the inbox. You open, your chest rises. The mind spins a fuzzy list that includes everything and nothing. Pick one message that matters, read it once slowly, and write a draft reply that is shorter than you want to write. Sit back for one inhale that you can actually feel lifting a hand on your belly. Reread, send or schedule. Confusion shrinks when action is specific and bodies are present. Do this a few times in a day and notice what happens at night. The fog has fewer places to gather because you laid small boards across the swamp while the sun was up. There is a bodily doorway that helps with all three frictions at once: the soft palate and the space beneath the tongue. Many of us brace there without knowing. Let your tongue rest like a leaf on still water. Let the back of the mouth feel wide, as if a yawn were about to start but never needs to. Breathe quietly through the nose and feel the air brush the soft palate. This posture tells the vigilant animal that the throat is safe, that speech can rest, that there is nothing to bite down on right now. Wanting softens. Aversion loses its teeth. Confusion slows when the tongue is not secretly pushing. A brief story to carry. A monk is sweeping the courtyard. A passerby asks, "Why sweep when the dust returns?" The monk smiles and says, "The point is not a dustless courtyard. The point is a clear mind while I sweep." Translate that to rest. The point is not a thoughtless night. The point is a kind posture toward thoughts. When you practice the posture, wanting can want without ruling you. Aversion can flare without burning you. Confusion can swirl without drowning you. You sweep. The mind clears. Dust returns. You sweep again, calmly, until sleep taps your shoulder. In relationships, the frictions wear disguises. Wanting becomes the urge to be understood exactly. Aversion becomes the spike of defensiveness. Confusion becomes a story of forever. Try this at the first hint of heat. One hand on your own ribs before you speak. Not dramatic, just a second of contact. In that second, choose a sentence that reduces cost. Instead of "you always," try "it felt like this to me." Instead of "I'm fine," try "I need a minute." Instead of predicting the future, try "right now my chest is tight and I care about us." Bodies answer bodies. Your hand on your own ribs is the original translator. For parents or caregivers, the triad shows up as three common flames. Wanting for the other to be different in this moment. Pushing away the mess as an insult to your energy. Confusion about whether you're doing any of it right. Bring the tiny rule of thumb into the room. Connection first, correction second, commentary last or never. Connection lowers wanting's volume. Correction reduces mess without poison. Commentary feeds confusion so it can rest. Later, when you lie down, the replay is kinder because your nervous system remembers touching connection with your palm before you chose words. Let your ears practice kindness, too. Tunnel hearing searches for trouble. Spacious hearing lets noise be part of a field. Imagine listening with the whole outer rim of each ear, as if breath could move in through those curves. When you listen wide, sounds arrive and dissolve without your hand on them. This is acceptance in a sensory key. Do it for 30 seconds at a time while you wait for a page to load or a kettle to sing. At night, the habit helps. The house hums. You rest as the house hums. Neither of you needs to fix the other. If anger visits, remember the hot coal image that often gets retold. Holding on to anger is like holding a coal to throw at someone. You are the one who burns. Practical translation. When heat rises, release the spare coal first. The spare coal is the extra narrative that scalds your own hand. Breathe out through slightly pursed lips to lengthen the exhale. Relax your fingers and say, not carrying the spare. You may still speak a boundary. You do it with one hand free. By night, your palm is not blistered from gripping. For cravings of all kinds, snack, scroll, fix, prove, practice the wave window. Promise yourself a window of 90 seconds before acting. During that window, put your attention in somewhere low in the body, soles, shins, belly, and feel the crest and fall. Most urges crest and ebb if you let them be waves instead of orders. If after the window you still want the thing, you can choose it more freely. If the wave passed, you conserved energy and kept trust with yourself. Trust is better than willpower for sleep. Trust doesn't wake at 3 a.m. asking if you cheated. Let's build a small evening circuit that catches all three frictions before they grow teeth. Call it cup, candle, curtain. Cup. Fill or wash 1 cup slowly and finish 2 exhales while your hands feel water. Candle. Light or imagine a candle and give 1 sentence to the night. May I see kindly, or enough for now, or just this breath. Curtain. Draw a literal curtain, or, if none, close a browser window like a curtain and say, work for tomorrow sits behind this. The circuit takes a minute. Wanting gets fed with a finished act. Aversion is soothed by warm light and permission. Confusion is contained by a clear edge. If the body aches, translate aversion into tenderness. Instead of demanding the ache leave, ask the body where it wants space around the ache. Touch the neighbor muscles with attention. Often the ache unclenches when the neighborhood softens. If it doesn't, you still treated yourself as a friend, and friends sleep better together. If you need to adjust your position 5 times, do it without a story about failing at stillness. Some animals circle the nest more than once. They still sleep. Sometimes the friction is a flavor of loneliness, a wanting for company, an aversion to silence, a confusion about where you belong. Let your belonging be physical. Put your bare feet briefly on the floor before you climb into bed and feel the planet through the wood or tile or rug. This is not poetry. It is geology. You belong to the biggest body available. Then climb in and let the small body be held by the human-made one. The bed is the little earth. The earth is the big bed. Belonging quiets the mind that thinks it sleeps alone. A final everyday scene. You are in a line. Wanting says, hurry. Aversion says, people. Confusion says, why is everything like this? Translate and tilt. Loosen your hands. Turn 1 palm up. Name 3 true things. Feet on floor, breath moving, light from the ceiling. Let your eyes soften to include the exit sign and the person in front of you in one field. Whisper, enough for this breath. When it is your turn, step forward as if you've been carried, because you have been, by gravity, by breath, by the quiet decision to cooperate with the moment instead of fighting it. As you settle now, bring the 3 frictions into the room like visitors you know by name. Wanting stands near the window. Aversion leans at the door. Confusion sits on the floor with papers. You nod to each and offer the 3 seats you've set out. A soft chair labeled letting go. A sturdy stool labeled acceptance. A bench by the lamp labeled clear seeing. Invite each visitor to sit where it fits. You don't evict anyone. You assign seats. Then you choose your seat, the bed. Feel the relief in your chest when roles are this clear. The house doesn't need a meeting. It needs chairs where they belong. Close your eyes or soften them. and let your breath finish and exhale without your help. Place 2 words on the next 2 breaths like petals on water. Inhale, translating. Exhale, tilting. Inhale, translating. Exhale, tilting. Feel the tiny adjustments the body makes on its own. Jaw loosening, tongue settling, palms opening, shoulders lowering. This is what practice looks like when it's working. Almost nothing to see, a great deal to feel, and a generous reduction in unnecessary effort. If sleep gathers you now, let it gather you mid-sentence, like an old friend tucking a blanket up to your collarbone. If wakefulness stays, let it share the room with you the way a cat shares a couch. Present, unproblematic, not in charge. You have done enough for tonight. You have translated the lights on your dashboard into simple moves. You have tilted the body toward what helps. The road can be driven in the morning. The car is parked. The keys are on the hook. Your hands are empty. Your breath is kind. Your night is allowed to be quiet, even with a little weather. Stay with the softness that is already here. Tonight, we give your mind a gentle software update. Not a wipe, not a rebuild, an upgrade of the voice that speaks to you, the pace it keeps, and the way it makes meaning when life does what life does. Think of it as turning your inner house into a kinder home. The rooms are the same. The furniture is familiar, but the lighting is warmer. The doors don't slam. And the voices in the hallway, remember they love the person who lives here. Settle first. Let your breath be the head of the table in this inner house. One steady inhale, one complete exhale. If it feels right, place a palm on your ribs and a palm on your belly and feel who is speaking more loudly. Invite the lower hand to go first for a while, like letting the soft-spoken friend finish a sentence without interruption. When the belly leads, the household calms. Imagine you have an inner committee that has been overworked. The planner, the critic, the worrier, the fixer. They are not bad. They are just tired and a little dramatic. Tonight you will hire a new chairperson for the committee, the kind teacher. Not the scolding teacher with a ruler, the one with soft chalk on their fingers and a thermos of tea. This chairperson doesn't cancel the other voices. They set the tone. Tone is everything in a house. With a warm tone, even hard truths are easier to hear, and ordinary nights stop turning into emergencies. Practice tone with a sentence so short that your body can believe it in one breath. Try "I'm here." Try "easy now." Try "one thing." If you say it and your muscles loosen by a millimeter, you chose well. If the body stiffens, the sentence was too fancy or too ambitious. The new chairperson speaks like rain on a window, not like a megaphone. During the day, most anxiety is fueled by meaning-making that runs ahead of reality. A message gets no reply. Meaning jumps in with always and never. Clear seeing already taught you the sentence "I don't know yet." Tonight we add a companion. "I will find out when it's time." Speak it once, and then return one sense to the present. The temperature of the mug, the way the chair meets the backs of your thighs, the faint sound that proves you live in a world with other living things. The chairperson is not anti-information. They are anti-panic. Finding out later is a kind boundary for your nervous system. At 3 a.m., the committee loves to meet. Minutes are taken. Subcommittees form. The budget of calm gets overspent. You can post new hours on the door. If you wake in the night and thoughts begin to stack, whisper, "Office closed, body resting." Then give your attention a job that it can actually do lying down. For 3 breaths, count only the end of each exhale. Not the whole breath, just the soft click at the bottom where the next inhale begins by itself. After 3 clicks, repeat "office closed, body resting." You are not denying thought. You are keeping decent hours. There is a small story from a forest teacher who used to hold up a drinking glass and say, "I treat this as already broken." Not to be grim, but to love it properly while it's here and not suffer twice when it chips. You can adapt this to your day. Treat schedules as already fluid, emails as already imperfect, plans as already revised. Not to become careless, to become sane. When you are not shocked by the ordinary ways things change, the inner voice does not have to shout orders. You make fewer emergencies out of weather. Try it now with tomorrow. Picture one thing on your list. See it go exactly as planned. Smile. Then see it shift by one notch, a delay, a detour, a different tone. Smile again and say, "We knew this was possible." Then imagine the kind teacher asking, "What is the next kind thing that is still mine to do?" Answer with one small action or with weight. Your body will feel the difference between panic and permission. Permission breathes. Panic edits your breath into tight sentences. Self-talk upgrades often begin with grammar. The critic likes to speak in "you are" and "I am" ultimatums. The teacher prefers "I'm noticing" and "right now." If you catch the sentence "I am failing," let the teacher translate it. "I'm noticing a thought about failing right now." The nervous system hears the difference as space. Space is where rest lives. In conversation, the upgrade sounds like short, kind honesty. The old voice says, "Keep it together, don't feel this, prove your point." The new chairperson says, "Pause, feel feet, say one true thing." Try it on a small disagreement. Before you answer, feel the edges of your eyes widen by a hair, as if your gaze could include the other person and the window frame. Then say one true thing that lowers heat rather than raises it. Something like, "I want to understand," or "I need a minute," or "I care and I'm overwhelmed." The moment may still be messy, but later, in bed, your body will remember that you stayed human. That memory is a blanket. The warrior on your committee is obsessed with guarantees. When will I sleep? Will tomorrow be okay? The chairperson doesn't promise outcomes. They offer companionship. They say, "I will stay with you through this breath." Then they keep the promise. Keep it 3 times in a row and watch what happens to your shoulders. Keeping small promises to yourself is the quickest way to grow trust. Trust is quiet medicine. When you scroll, the old voice hunts for a state through the screen, validation, entertainment, proof you're not missing the party. The new voice asks before the tap, "What am I hoping to feel?" Often the answer is relief. Sometimes the screen can give it. Sometimes 2 long exhales can give it faster. Let your thumb hover 1 heartbeat longer than habit and ask the question. If you still want the scroll, scroll. But if you felt a tiny release from the 2 exhales, consider banking that relief instead of spending it chasing pictures. The committee learns from your choice. The next time, the thumb hovers without being told. When you work, the old voice is a breath thief. Says, "Hurry." Says, "Everything at once." Says, "If you stop, you'll lose the thread." The upgraded voice says, "One island, then air." You choose one small island of time, you work there, and when you leave, you widen your gaze to the farthest thing you can see. The eyes tell the animal, "Open field." Open field tells the heart, "Lower the fence." Lower fence tells the jaw, "Let go of the bit." That cascade is more effective than any pep talk. If guilt arrives at night, it often wears a convincing robe. Says, "You should have done more. You should have known better." The chairperson treats guilt like a message with a return address. They ask, "Is there a repair to make?" If yes, they schedule it for a time when hands and words can actually move and they let the body rest. If no, they label it old weather and let it pass. Either way, they do not hold court at midnight. Trials are for daylight with breakfast. Children and elders are honest mirrors for your tone. If you spend a day speaking to yourself in a voice you would never use with someone you love, your body carries that roughness to bed. Begin changing it in micro moments. Washing your hands, say, "Thank you, hands." Sending a hard message, say, "We can be brief and kind." Meeting your reflection, say, "There you are." These are not slogans. They are corrections to a climate. When the climate warms by a few degrees, the night feels safer. Pain, physical or emotional, easily recruits the critic. The critic says, "This shouldn't be here." The chairperson changes the assignment. They ask pain, "Where do you want space around you?" Attention widens to include a neighbor muscle, a neighbor room, the air moving at the nostrils. Pain is not erased. It's given neighbors. In neighborhoods, loud houses still exist, but the street is walkable. You rest better on walkable streets. The mind loves labels like always late, never enough, too sensitive. The upgrade loosens them with specificity and time. Today ran tight. I missed 2 things. My sensitivity found the sharp edges. Specificity takes the teeth out of identity. You are not chiseling a new statue of yourself. You are stopping the bad habit of carving in stone when chalk will do. Build a small ritual to make the upgrade physical. Call it turn-down service. Sometime after dinner, visit 3 switches in your house: the light, the faucet, the lid of your laptop. At each, turn down instead of up. Dim a light by 1 step. Let water run and then stop. Close the lid until it clicks. At each turn down, breathe out slightly longer than you breathed in and say, "Enough for tonight." Your body learns the language of endings. Endings are sedatives for mammals who overwork. If anger flares in the evening, do not give the bullhorn to the critic. Give it to the gardener. The gardener does not deny storms. They widen the beds, stake what bends, water what dries, and wait. Put 1 hand on the back of your neck, breathe out with pursed lips to lengthen the exhale, and choose a sentence that stakes without stabbing. Not now. Or, "I'll speak when I'm steady." Or, "I heard you and I need space." The gardener protects the garden, so there is something to wake up to. In bed, the soil of your chest feels turned and watered instead of trampled. A small story for self-talk at work. A student asked a teacher how to stay calm when projects multiply. The teacher held up a needle and a thread. "1 stitch," they said, "then another." Staring at the whole garment freezes the hand. In your day, choose 1 stitch you can finish in 2 minutes. Send the line. File the thing. Set the reminder. Then pause 1 breath and notice the completion sensation in the chest. That tiny click that says done. The critic is addicted to the horizon. The chairperson is loyal to the stitch. Night favors the chairperson. You can also rewire the voice that narrates your body. The old one says, "My breath is too shallow. My back is tight. My heart is racing." The new one says, "This breath is meeting me. This back is asking for support. This heart is doing its best to keep me alive." Same facts, different climate. Climate determines sleep more than weather. Build a phrase for the moment before bed that never changes. Ritual loves repetition. You might choose, "I will let the night carry me," or "Nothing to prove now," or "Bed is bowl, I am fruit." Whisper it as you pull the blanket up. The body will begin to associate the phrase with safe descent. You are training a dog with kindness, and the dog is your own old nervous system. If you share a bed, let the upgraded voice speak in how you breathe together.
No lecture, no technique.
30 seconds of letting your exhale end just after theirs. A tiny kindness to the space between you. If you sleep alone, sync with the house sound, the hum, the fan, the soft city pulse, and let your exhale end just after the sound fades. Pairing rhythm is how bodies learn safety long before language. You are borrowing an old inheritance. When thoughts insist, try the weather announcer. Not the breaking news anchor, the calm person on the public radio station. In your mind, in that voice, report conditions without drama. Patchy worries with a light chance of solutions tomorrow. Gentle gusts of planning, diminishing after midnight. Long periods of dark with stars increasing toward morning. Sounds playful, but play disarms panic. Panic doesn't know what to do when you narrate it like a sky. If you find yourself negotiating with the night, "If I relax, will you make me sleep?" The chairperson smiles and ends the contract meeting. You don't relax to get something. You relax because your body is asking politely, and you are a decent host in your own house. Sleep often arrives when you stop bargaining for it. You don't have to pretend not to care. You just care in a way that doesn't drive with both feet on the pedals. Let's sow a kindness into tomorrow's morning before it arrives. Picture yourself waking. Instead of checking a rectangle first, you check a square in the room, the window, the picture frame, the light switch. You look at a stable shape for one breath to remind the animal that mornings can begin with stillness. Then you put a hand on your chest and say the sentence you chose. "Good morning, body," or "One stitch at a time," or "We'll wear our roles lightly." Planning now as a feeling rather than a list plants a seed. The plant grows in the night while you sleep. Return to your body now. Let the tongue rest like a leaf. Let the eyes be heavier than the stories behind them. Let the hands be open as if they were two little bowls that don't need filling. Place 3 words across the next 3 breaths, slow and simple. Inhale, gentle. Exhale, voice. Inhale, gentle. Exhale, house. Inhale, gentle. Exhale, rest. If sleep arrives, you can let the chairperson turn off the hall light and close the meeting room door. If wakefulness remains, you can let the chairperson pour tea and sit quietly with you, saying nothing at all while you breathe. Before we pause, offer yourself one last upgrade that costs nothing and changes everything. Replace "Why am I like this?" with "Of course. Of course I'm tired after today. Of course my mind wants certainty. Of course my body asks for proof and then asks again. Of course. Of course is not resignation. It is the soft door that opens to the next true step. When you say "of course," shoulders drop. When shoulders drop, breath deepens. When breath deepens, the old committee yawns and agrees to reconvene in the morning. The house is quiet. The bed is a bowl. You are the fruit, sweet because you stopped trying so hard to be perfect. Now let the night do what night does. Darkness settles like a blanket laid by someone who loves you. The world keeps turning without your help. The upgraded voice hums a tune you can't quite hear. You are allowed to rest inside a kinder home. Nothing needs to be finished to begin sleeping. The beginning is this breath. The finish is none of your business. Tonight we listen to the oldest healer you have access to, the body that keeps keeping you alive. Not as a machine to optimize, not as a problem to fix, but as a teacher with 3 reliable medicines: warmth, rhythm, and space. When those 3 are present, systems that have been overworking begin to downshift. Anxiety doesn't vanish. It melts into something quieter. Sleep isn't forced. It arrives the way dusk arrives, when lights are low and conversation softens. Begin by making a tiny circle of warmth with your own hands. Rub them together for 3 seconds and cup them over your eyes, letting the darkness deepen. No pressure, just gentle heat. Notice the way your shoulders drop a fraction without permission. You didn't tell the body to trust. You offered warmth and it found the rest. This is the logic of animals at night. Find warm, find steady, find roomy, and let the pack watch for a while. Now find rhythm. Place one hand over your belly and one over your ribs. Without controlling, listen for the pattern already happening. If the breath is jumpy, don't tame it. Sit beside it like someone in a rocking chair who refuses to rock faster than the body wants to swing. A few rounds later, the belly begins to speak first. You feel the exhale lengthen by a hair. Rhythm is persuasion without words. Finally, sense space. Even with eyes closed, widen your attention left and right as if you could feel the walls at your temples. Let the room be larger than your thoughts. The part of you that scans for threats calms when the horizon expands. There is more room for everything to exist without bumping. Keep these 3 medicines close. We'll tuck them into scenes all day. In the morning, before the list gets loud, ask 3 questions the way a good nurse would. What wants warmth? What wants rhythm? What wants space? Maybe warmth is a mug near your sternum for 30 seconds. Maybe rhythm is 3 finished exhales while looking out a window. Maybe space is standing in a doorway and letting your eyes include the whole frame at once. These are small moves. Small moves change the climate inside the house you live in. There is a story from the Buddha's travels. One day he saw a monk sick, soiled, and ignored. He knelt, bathed the man with warm water, and asked the community to do the same for one another, saying the way we tend the sick is the way we tend him. You can take this as permission to care for the tired animal you inhabit without waiting for perfection. Bathing is more than soap. Bathing is tone. Bathing is saying, you don't have to earn clean, you are worthy of care right now. Tonight our bathing will be quiet and ordinary. In the kitchen, warmth medicine hides in plain sight. When the kettle sings, wrap both hands around the cup and breathe the steam as if it were a small cloud you were allowed to keep. Take 1 sip, pause until the swallow finishes, and let the pause count as a task completed. Rhythm hides in the way you stir, circle, 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 pause, and space hides in the way you lean back against a counter for 1 breath before carrying the bowl to the table. You aren't trying to create a ritual. You are noticing a ritual already happening and letting it matter. At your desk, rhythm medicine is 1 island, then air. Choose a single island of time. 5 minutes is enough, and let your hands move without checking everywhere. When the 5 ends, widen your eyes to the far corner of the room and do 1 exhale that you can feel leave your back. Space medicine arrives with distance. Warmth medicine arrives with the way you speak to yourself after a misstep. Say, "Of course," and watch your jaw forget to scold. If you commute, you can carry warmth in your voice towards strangers without making any sound. Soft thoughts like, "May we all get where we're going," are blankets your body feels first. Rhythm can be 3 steps per inhale, 4 per exhale for half a block. Space is the lane beside you that you let belong to someone else without argument. These nothings cost little and repay as night draws near. Pain or discomfort may speak during the day. You do not need to negotiate with it at full volume. Ask the body where it wants space around the pain, perhaps the opposite shoulder, perhaps the breath down the back ribs, and give attention there. Then offer warmth to the neighbor of the pain, not the pain itself. Warm palm on the back of the hand, warm mug near the collarbone. Finish with rhythm, 2 predictable breaths that end a little longer than they begin. Often the pain doesn't vanish, but the body stops feeling alone with it, and that sharedness is a door that opens toward rest. Screens are the place where rhythm is borrowed and bent. If you will scroll, and sometimes you will, preface the scroll with 1 finished exhale and a sentence. I can be watered by breath first. If what you need is connection, send 1 honest message before the river of pictures. The body reads intention more than duration. When intention is kind, the nervous system declines to poison the well. Midday, practice the animal turn. Stand, let your arms hang, and shake your hands as a dog would after rain. Not dramatic, just 10 seconds of flicking water off your fingertips. Warmth returns to your palms. Rhythm wakes in your wrists. Space appears in the shoulders as they lower. Then continue. No one has to see you do this. The effect is real even without witnesses. In conversation, the body often tightens to defend identity. Bring warmth by letting the corners of your eyes soften. The eyes are how mammals tell each other if a room is safe. Bring rhythm by letting a breath finish before you answer. Bring space by looking at the other person and the doorframe at once. You'll notice your next sentence costs less and lands better. At night, your chest will remember you stayed kind to it while you were being human. When the afternoon dip arrives, give your system the medicine it actually wants instead of the quick jolt it begs for. Warmth might be sun on your forearms for 60 seconds. Rhythm might be box breathing for only 2 squares, in for 4, hold 2, out for 6, pause 2. Space might be stepping outside or, if you can't, looking at the farthest thing in the room. The dip doesn't need to be conquered. It needs to be accompanied. As evening begins, we build a gentle runway to sleep using the 3 medicines. Start with warmth. Lower one light. Pull a blanket over knees if you're sitting. Choose a softer voice with yourself and others. If there's a bath or a shower available, treat it as a small ceremony. Water on the back of the neck first. Breath out with the stream. Thank the body that carries you. Then rhythm. Reduce the world's tempo by 1 notch at a time. Walk slightly slower to the next room. Finish the exhale at the sink. Let tasks end, not blur into each other. Finally, space. Put one surface in order, a table, a corner, the nightstand, and give your eyes a small field that isn't crowded. Bodies sleep better when at least 1 square yard says, "There is room." A short parable for the threshold. A monk asked, "What is practice in busy times?" The teacher poured water into a bowl until it nearly spilled, then stopped and waited. "Practice," they said, "is stopping 1 drop earlier." Tonight, stopping 1 drop earlier might mean closing the laptop when the sentence is 95% done, or leaving a dish to dry without polishing the last shine, or letting the conversation end without the final perfect line. Your body understands 1 drop earlier as a kindness. It doesn't learn from perfection. It learns from relief. In bed, we make a nest with the 3 medicines. Warmth, hands to heart and belly, or one hand in the soft hollow between ribs and hip, the other on the sternum. Rhythm, count only the end of the exhale, the tiny click where the inhale starts itself, for 5 cycles. Space, widen attention to include the breath and 1 quiet sound at once. Repeat the set once or twice, then let the counting go. The point is not to keep techniques alive forever. The point is to remind the animal what night feels like and trust it to continue the work without your mind supervising. If wakefulness arrives with urgency, we don't make it an enemy. We treat urgency as a cold hand and offer warmth first. Pull the blanket up by 1 inch, or tuck the sheet under 1 ankle so the body feels held. Offer rhythm next, 2 sips in, 1 long exhale out, 3 times. Then space. Place the thought on a shelf by picturing a small card labeled, "Tomorrow, 9:30, and watch yourself slide it under a smooth stone. You are not being mystical. You are giving your attention furniture to keep things off the bed. The 3 frictions bow to these medicines. Wanting is softened by warmth. The comfort you were chasing with future plans shows up as a warm palm in the present. Aversion is soothed by space. What you were fighting has neighbors now and becomes bearable. Confusion is calmed by rhythm. The mind stops sprinting when the breath walks at a human pace. Parents and caregivers, you can share this without speeches. When a child's body is lit like a fuse, sit near, not necessarily in front. Match their breathing for 2 cycles without saying a word. Then slow your exhale and let yours end after theirs. As their rhythm sinks, ask, "Do you want a blanket or space?" That question gives them 2 medicines to choose between and teaches their language for a lifetime. Later, you can ask it of yourself under your own roof of ribs. Identity loosens when these medicines are in the room. The one who has to hold it all together is less needed when warmth is offered, rhythm is established, and space is visible. You don't have to drop your roles by force. They step off duty when the night shift arrives. You'll feel it as a literal drop, the shoulders falling by a centimeter, the eyes no longer pretending they need to scan the horizon in a dark room, the tongue resting wide as if a yawn had begun and found there was no more work to do. A simple evening sequence to try for 3 nights in a row, not as a rule, as an experiment. Call it WRS. W. Warmth. Dim one light, add a layer, hold your mug or your own hands until you feel your palms help your chest. R. Rhythm. 3 minutes of any gentle breath pattern you like, but let the exhale be longer. 4 up, 6 down, or just finish the exhale. S. Space. Clear 1 square foot, widen your eyes to include both edges of your room, and decide one thing that can wait until tomorrow. Then bed. You may find the body begins the sequence on its own by night 4. That is the point, to build a reflex that does not depend on remembering complicated wisdom. Before sleep, visit the earlier story once more, the Buddha bathing the sick monk. Imagine that you are both characters, the one who needs bathing and the one who offers it. Take a warm, slow breath for the one who carried you through the day. Take a steady, patient breath for the one who knows how to care. Take a wide, spacious breath for the house that holds you both. You are whole enough to be both. That wholeness speaks to the body more clearly than any lecture. If grief or old fear rises as you lie down, do not exile it to the hallway. Place it on a chair near the door and drape a small imagined blanket across its knees. Say, "You can be here while I rest." Warmth, rhythm, space, even for the visitor. What we allow takes less energy than what we fight. Rest is conservation. Now, dear friend, dissolve the day's edges with a simple pass from crown to heel, not to evaluate, but to greet. Crown, forehead, eyes, jaw, throat, collarbones, shoulders, upper arms, elbows, forearms, wrists, palms, chest rising, back wide, belly soft enough to be honest, hips, thighs, knees, shins, ankles, feet. At any point, if a place asks for one of the medicines, give it. Warmth is a hand. Rhythm is a finished exhale. Space is widening attention to include one more neighbor. Nothing heavy, nothing heroic. End with 3 phrases that fit in a single breath each. Warmth, I can be held. Rhythm, this breath finishes. Space, there is room. Let sleep come when it will. Let rest be here regardless. You are being carried by the oldest teachers you know. The heat in your hands, the tide in your chest, the room around your life. They do not require belief. They require only that you stop interrupting them. Tonight you can. Tonight we build your evening sanctuary, not as a perfect place, but as a forgiving one. A sanctuary is any space where your body doesn't have to argue with itself. It is a posture of house and heart that says, you may arrive as you are and leave lighter. We'll stitch together small rituals you can fold into an ordinary night so that rest stops being a rare guest and starts being the housemate who keeps the kettle warm. Begin with the simplest threshold, the moment the day ends and evening begins. It might be at your door, it might be at a hallway, it might be the instant you decide to be off duty even if the world keeps spinning. Stand at that threshold in your mind and feel the floor greet your feet. Whisper, hear, and let your exhale be one shade longer. If the day tries to chase you, don't slam the door. Place a gentle hand on the frame and say, tomorrow. Sanctuaries are not fortresses. They are rooms with soft edges and clear hours. Choose one lamp to be your evening star. When it turns on, things slow. Dim it by a notch if you can. Your older animal trusts light cues more than promises. If you share your home, tell the lamp story out loud once so the house knows. When this lamp glows, we practice being kind to ourselves. If you forget and leave it bright, you can still pause beneath it for a breath and say the sentence that steadies you. Enough for now. Rituals work even when imperfect, especially when imperfect. Create a small altar without calling it that. A corner of a table with 3 honest objects. Something that holds, a bowl, your hand when you place it there. Something that warms, a candle, a mug, a folded sweater, and something that widens, a small plant, a window square, a photo of horizon. When evening tugs, visit your corner for 30 seconds. Touch the holder, the warmer, the widener. You are telling your nervous system in 3 languages it understands. You will be held, you will be warmed, you will have room. There is a lotus in these teachings. It rises clean from mud not because it hates mud, but because mud is what feeds it. Let that image meet whatever didn't go as planned today. The mud is not a mistake. It's the nutrients that will lift tomorrow's stem. You don't need to stir it. You set the jar down and let settling happen. Each time the mind offers a what-if, picture silt falling grain by grain. Gravity is doing half the work you keep trying to do yourself. Craft a gentle circuit to close the day, 5 minutes or less. First, the wash. Water on the back of the neck for 10 seconds, even with a damp cloth. Exhale as the water flows and, if it feels right, say, I put the day down. Second, the wrap. A light layer around shoulders or over knees. The fabric isn't near. Wrap your own arms around your ribs for 2 breaths. Third, the widen. Eyes to the farthest thing you can see in the room, then the soft sense of the walls at your temples with eyes closed.
Vens, rep, vaiden.
Simple, repeatable, enough. Make a place where unfinished life can wait without pacing. A small tray or box on your counter or nightstand that you name the landing. Before bed, speak 3 items into it. You don't need paper if your voice can hold the shape. The call, the form, the conversation. Let your words land in the tray. You are not trapping them, you are giving them a couch. The mind often wakes to make sure nothing is forgotten. When it knows there's a landing, it stops patrolling the halls. Now tend the senses with gentleness. Sight. 1 soft lamp, fewer reflections, fewer blinking lights. If a device glows, face it down. Sound. Choose sound that asks nothing. Room tone, a fan, night's natural hum. If neighbors are loud, assign them instruments and let them join the band you've already decided is playing. Smell. Clean pillowcase, hint of soap, the honest scent of your own skin after warm water. Touch. Fabric that doesn't itch, weight that calms, the familiar texture of your favorite corner. Taste. Warm water or tea that says this is evening now. None of this needs to be special. The animal in you registers steady, not spectacular. There is a habit that turns small weather into storms. Rehearsing. The mind replays or pre-plays as if performance will protect you. Your sanctuary practices rehearsals opposite. Rehearsals end. At the sink, feel the last drop leave your hands and say, done enough. At the table, push your chair in gently and say, that's plenty. At the door, click the lock and say, I'll let locks be locks and breath be breath. Your system learns to hear these as season changes within a single night. If you live with others, fold them into sanctuary without speeches. When someone enters the room, greet their nervous system, not their story. Look at them with the eyes you use on a sleeping child, even if they're not a child. If words are needed, let the first 3 be kind and brief. If you can, cook presence into a shared minute. 2 breaths together by the same open window or both of you holding the same warm bowl for a heartbeat before eating. Bodies calibrate off bodies more reliably than minds convince minds. The ox-herding pictures in Zen end with the return to the marketplace with open hands. You come back from quiet to ordinary streets, smiling, sleeves rolled up, giving away what you found by being kind in simple ways. Make your evening sanctuary like that. It doesn't remove you from life. It readies you to walk in it tomorrow without armor made of worry. Open hands, open eyes, work done in a human pace. Before bed, try the tuck-in of words. It's 3 sentences to yourself in a voice you'd use for someone you love who did their best. Sentence 1 names one thing that went okay, specific and small. I returned that message. Sentence 2, thanks your body for 1, carrying. Thank you legs for the stairs. Sentence 3, releases 1, standard for the night. I don't need to finish everything to rest. Takes less than a minute. The critic loses its footing when gratitude has the mic. If wakefulness tends to visit after lights out, create a gentle protocol that keeps you in sanctuary instead of sending you into battle. Call it the 3 chairs. Chair 1 is bed. Chair 2 is a nearby seat with a blanket. Chair 3 is the quietest corner of another room. If you find yourself spinning in bed, don't negotiate for long. Move quietly to chair 2. Wrap up. Breathe 5 generous cycles. If the mind settles, return to chair 1. If not, drift to chair 3 and read 2 pages of something with sentences that don't shout. When drowsy returns, meet it halfway, back to chair 2 for a minute, then bed. This is not defeat. This choreography. The body learns the route from spin to settle without turning the night into a courtroom. Travel nights and irregular evenings deserve sanctuary too. Use 3 constants when everything else changes. Your phrase, your exhale, your palm. Your phrase is the sentence you chose. Nothing to prove now, or I will let the night carry me. Your exhale is the finishing kind, longer by a hair than your inhale. Your palm is the hand placed where your body accepts it. Ribs, belly, heart. Hotel, guest room, late return, phrase, exhale, palm. The body recognizes home by these, even in unfamiliar walls. If you care for someone through the night, your sanctuary must include you. Make a small cache where you actually stand. Water, a snack, a soft cloth, your phrase written on a card taped where you'll see it at 3 a.m. When you tend them, breathe 1 full exhale for you while your hand rests on your own ribs. Not every time, just sometimes. It is not selfish to stay human. It is how the care keeps working tomorrow. A parable for the evening sink. A student asked a teacher how to clean a bowl. The teacher said, "Clean it completely." The student scrubbed and scrubbed. The teacher took the bowl, rinsed once, and placed it to dry. Clean is when you stop. You can choose to stop earlier than the critic would like. The sanctuary respects the bowl and respects your wrists. Tomorrow's you will be grateful for tonight's mercy. When resentment flickers at evening's edges, the day took more than it gave. Let it have a chair near the door. You don't need to banish it. Offer it the same 3 medicines: warmth, rhythm, space, by literally shifting your body. Warmth. Wrap a blanket around your shoulders. Rhythm. 2 slow exhales like the tide. Space. Widen your gaze to include 2 quiet objects at once. Then ask your chest, what is one kind thing I still want to do before I rest? Maybe it's rinsing a cup. Maybe it's texting a single sentence of love. Maybe it's nothing at all. You are allowed to leave the day unfinished. You are allowed to sleep inside an unfinished day. Screens at night are a modern room in the sanctuary. They can belong if held with care. Use the open and close. Before opening anything, rest the phone or remote in your palm for 1 breath and ask, what feeling am I hoping for? After you close, look at 1 still square in the room for a breath, window frame, book spine, so your animal knows the world is not only moving pictures. If you fall into the river anyway, climb out kindly when you notice you're wet. The floor is right there. Towels are warm. No scolding needed. Make your bed a conversation with gravity. The mattress offers, you accept. Scan briefly, not to fix but to agree. Head, yes. Shoulders, yes. Back, yes. Hips, yes. Legs, yes. Where there is a small no, an ache, a restless joint, offer a different yes nearby. Yes to the palm's warmth. Yes to lengthening the exhale. Yes to letting the eyes rest heavier. You cannot force a yes from a no. You can surround it. Surrounded, it often softens on its own. Let's walk a short ritual together now, the evening weave. Sit or lie as you are. Breath 1, whisper your phrase. Breath 2, feel your palms as if they were warm stones. Breath 3, widen your attention to include a sound and your chest at the same time. Breath 4, set one item gently into the landing in your mind. Breath 5, say, I will let the night carry me. Then stop weaving and let the cloth hold. A story to carry into dreams. A villager once asked a monk how to rest when chores never end. The monk handed them a bell. Ring this, they said, when you finish something small. The villager laughed, who needs a bell for that? Weeks later, the villager returned calmer. I rang it for folding a towel, for setting down a spoon, for closing the gate. The bell taught me that ending is a skill. You don't need a bronze bell. You have your breath. Let the end of your exhale be your bell. Each time it finishes, something has ended. Each ending is permission to rest inside an unfinished world. If you wake later and the mind rushes in with ledgers and headlines, use the narrow and wide. Narrow for one breath to the tiny cool at the tip of the nose. Wide on the next to the whole room, as if you could feel the corners with your skin. Narrow, wide, narrow, wide. After 8, choose the one your body preferred and stay with it. You are not choosing technique. You are choosing the door that opens easiest tonight. Identity can sneak back in even in sanctuary. The one who must sleep perfectly, the one who must be spiritual, the one who must be above irritation. Hang those name tags on the rack again. Let the sleeping you be nameless. The nameless one snores without guilt. The nameless one drools and turns and wakes and sleeps and is forgiven in advance. Before we close this part, lean once more into the ordinary holiness of a home at night. A cup drying by the sink. A chair pulled closer to a window. A lamp a shade lower. A pair of shoes with toes pointing toward morning. The quiet courage of a human choosing to stop. Put one hand on your heart and one on your belly and thank the house you are for opening its door to you. Then thank the larger house, the neighborhood, the city, the earth for holding your smaller house while you sleep. It is not poetry to say the ground holds you. Put your feet on the floor and you'll feel the truth. Put your body on the bed and you'll feel it too. Let your last words for the evening be simple and yours. Maybe, good night, body. Maybe, thank you for today. Maybe, just this breath. Feel the phrase like a warm weight on the blanket. Feel your jaw let go of the last argument. Feel your shoulders become books laid flat. Feel your belly remember it's allowed to rise without orders. The sanctuary is not a place you reach. It's a place you build, one forgiving choice at a time. Tonight you built enough of it to be carried. If sleep gathers you now, let it. If wakefulness lingers, let it sit in the chair by the door while you lie down in the deep chair by the window of the night, watching the slow street of your chest rising and falling. Either way, the lamp is low, the landing holds what can wait, and the house, inner and outer, knows what to do. We are far enough along the path now that your nervous system recognizes the sound of our footsteps. There's a familiarity in the cadence, a trust that we will not rush or scold. Tonight is for weaving. We'll gather the threads you've been practicing. Compassion, clear seeing, letting go, and stitch them into the places where anxiety most loves to lurk. Speed, certainty, and control. These are the 3 disguises of unrest in modern life. They look persuasive. They sound responsible. When you meet them with slow, curious, trusting moves, the disguise thins. What remains is a human night that can hold you. Settle first the way you do now without thinking. Feel the quiet weight of your body where it meets what holds you. Let your inhale arrive like someone stepping into a warm room. Let your exhale leave like someone setting a bag down by the door. One hand can rest at your ribs, the other at your belly. Invite the lower hand to lead. Invite your eyelids to be heavier than your thoughts. Invite your jaw to remember what drawers do at night. Close, Speed is a proud costume. Tells you that racing equals caring. It sneaks into your shoulders and pulls them forward as if leaning can move time. Speaks quickly in the mind, hurry or you'll be left behind. The antidote is not a brick wall. You don't slam on the brakes. You practice the half-speed minute. For 60 seconds, move one notch slower than habit. Brush your teeth at half speed. Fold a towel at half speed. Walk to the kitchen at half speed. Keep your face ordinary. No theater. The body learns by feel. After 1 minute, notice the soft shift in tone. The way the room seems a shade wider. The way breath stops stealing from itself. Speed loses jurisdiction when you demonstrate with your hands that life can still function when you stop galloping. Certainty is a clever costume. It insists that only guarantees deserve rest. It offers late-night equations and makes you do math with fear. You have already agreed not to. Tonight you add a friendlier exchange. Trade why for what now. The mind asks, why is this happening? Why can't I sleep? Why do I always worry? The new question is smaller and kinder. What can I do for this body in the next 60 seconds? The answer is always simple. One finished exhale. One palm where the body accepts it. 1 degree dimmer on a lamp. What now is a doorway? You walk through. Why is a cul-de-sac? You circle. Control is the oldest costume. Promises safety and charges a tax that keeps you awake. Control loves lists that never end and internal debates that pretend to be strategy. Its antidote is handoff. You choose one thing and hand it back to the larger forces already managing most of your life without supervision, gravity, breath, tomorrow's sunrise. Say out loud if you can, I hand the night to night. Then prove you meant it with a tiny act of trust. Turn the phone face down, close a lid until it clicks, or place the smooth stone of your choosing on top of the book labeled today. Handoff is not surrender to chaos. It is cooperation with the part of reality that does not need your help. A small story fits here from the Acrobat Sutta. A master and apprentice balance on a bamboo pole. The apprentice says, you watch me and I'll watch you and we'll be safe. The master answers, no. You watch your own balance, I'll watch mine and we'll be safe together. That's the posture for anxious nights. Watch your own balance. Feel your feet, your brow, your belly. Let your breath finish. Choose your next kind move. When you anchor in your own body, you become steadier company to others and to yourself. Later, in bed, your chest remembers you did not try to manage the entire circus. Let's walk through typical traps with these tools in your pocket. The late message arrives with a tone that prickles your skin. Speed surges. Certainty demands explanations. Control drafts replies in your head at midnight. Translate and tilt. Name the friction, wanting to fix, pushing away the sting. Confusion about what it means. Tilt towards slow, curious, trusting moves. Half-speed minute. Place the device down for 1 breath. What now? Rinse hands. Feel water complete its path. Handoff. Schedule your reply for morning and tell your chest, I'll speak when I'm steady. The message remains. Your night is not mortgaged to it. News is another trap. The world's weather taps your nervous system like a window in a storm. Your care is real, your bandwidth is finite. Create a porch for the world. The porch is a time and place where you meet headlines with shoes on. Pick a small window during daylight, 2 10-minute visits perhaps, and keep news off the pillow. On the porch, you practice the same 3 medicines. Warmth and tone toward yourself and strangers, rhythm in your breath, space in your view beyond the rectangle. Off the porch, remind yourself kindly, I will find out when it's time. Concern remains intact. Panic is given a coat and a schedule. At night, the porch is closed. Your bed is not a newsroom. Perfection hides inside good intentions. It tells you to optimize rest, to do it right, to compare tonight with last week and draw conclusions. Perfection eats kindness for a snack. Replace it with the rule of good enough. You will recognize it by the way your chest loosens when you say the phrase. Good enough pajama, good enough tidy corner, good enough sentence to a loved one before bed. Good enough is not sloppy. It is precise. It ends effort at the point of diminishing returns. Sleep is a plant that grows in good enough soil. Here's a practice to keep perfection from sneaking under the door. Count completions, not minutes. Before sleep, name 3 small things that ended today. A dish washed, a message sent, a laugh you let finish without rushing to the next task. Each completion is a stitch. The quilt of the night is held together by stitches, not by the size of the blanket. Anxiety respects finished edges. It stops chewing when it can feel the hem. Sometimes the trap is health fear. The body sends a signal and the mind writes a headline. The first arrow is sensation. The second arrow is the story that turns your bed into a triage tent. Meet the first arrow with company. Ask the sensation what it wants around it. Warmth, rhythm, space. Place a hand on a friendly neighbor muscle. Finish an exhale. Widen attention to include a sound. Meet the second arrow with labeling. Story, not fact. If it helps, tell yourself the exact truth, neither optimistic nor grim. Sensation here. Seeing if it passes. Caring for myself while I wait. You are not ignoring the body. You are refusing to catastrophize it. Bodies appreciate accurate company. Comparison is a trap that travels with the phone. Someone else's night looks like a commercial for serenity. Someone else's morning routine reads like a ceremony performed by saints. Comparison shrinks rooms, takes air out of your lungs. Practice the local view. Look at the square foot of your own room that is kind right now. The lamp, the blanket, the window edge, your palm on your ribs. Breathe there until your chest remembers that reality is where your body is. The mind is allowed to admire other rooms. Your nervous system needs your own. There's a small vow we can adopt together that makes every trap easier to walk through. Begin again without penalty. If you notice you've been galloping for hours, begin again. If you catch yourself doing math with fear, begin again. If you defended yourself with heat instead of clarity, begin again. The vow is not theatrical. It lives in tiny phrases like of course and next breath. For practice, say it now with a tone you'd believe from a trusted friend. Begin again. Feel how your jaw responds. Feel the doors in your chest unlatch by a click. Another well-worn trap is the fantasy of pure future calm. The mind says, when I finish this project, when they finally understand me, when I set the perfect schedule, then rest. The Buddha's bowl in your memory answers otherwise. He received rice from a stranger and sat under a tree. Calm was not a prize for getting the world to behave. It was a posture available in the midst of life. Bring the bowl to your evening by receiving what's already here. This breath, this blanket, this particular quiet or not quiet. Receiving interrupts the chase. It teaches your body that enough can happen amid unfinished things. For relationships, the trap is the story of forever in the heat of a moment. Always and never are heavy words late at night. Replace them with right now. Right now I'm tired. Right now this hurts. Right now I want us to pause. Right now, let's sleep and speak from steadiness tomorrow. Right now is merciful. It does not erase history. Keeps you from carving it into your pillow. Boundaries belong in this weaving because without them you end up practicing kindness in ways that injure you. Boundaries are quiet lines that protect warmth, rhythm, and space. Try the sacred no that still loves. Sounds like not tonight so I can be true tomorrow. Sounds like I can't do that but I can do this. It sounds like I need this much silence to bring my best to you later. The body knows when a boundary is honest. It unclenches after you speak it. If your jaw tightens, Adjust the sentence until it matches the truth you could tell someone you love. Then tell it to yourself. Give your morning self a favor by writing a 3-line note before bed. You can write it with a pen or speak it softly into the room as if the room keeps secrets for you. Line 1, one thing I will do. Line 2, one way I will be. Line 3, one kindness I will offer my nervous system. For example, send the file. Be brief and warm. Finish the exhale before meetings. Place the note on the landing in your mind. You just saved your morning self from waking into a fog. Clarity, like blankets, travels through time if you fold it neatly. When guilt slinks in, it often wears honesty as a mask. It whispers, if you rest now, you are avoiding responsibility. The question that unmasks it is simple. Is there a repair to make that can only be made right now? If yes, you make it gently. If no, you schedule it and rest. Guilt that remains after those 2 moves is usually weather. You do not need to hold an umbrella over your bed. Let weather be weather. Let your breath be the roof. Some nights, nothing seems to work. The mind is loud. The body is restless. The clock wants to be a judge. On those nights, invoke the treaty of peace without sleep. It reads like this: I will rest anyway. I will treat wakefulness as a guest, not a verdict. I will choose 3 pleasant, boring anchors: breath, a simple sound, the weight of my ankles, and keep them company without asking for sleep in return. The paradox is not a trick. It is how mammals work. When you stop holding the door shut, the room gets quieter. Whether sleep comes or not, rest is happening. That matters tomorrow. Let's practice a longer pass that you can use on those treaty nights. Imagine your attention as a lamp you can turn steadily from room to room inside your body house. Start at the crown and let gravity angle the lamp slowly down. Forehead, eyes, cheeks, jaw. If a worry steps into the beam, bow to it and keep moving. Throat, collarbones, shoulders, upper arms, elbows, forearms, hands. Let each place receive light without being interrogated. Chest, back, belly, hips, thighs, knees, shins, ankles, feet. The lamp crosses each threshold with the same tone. Here and here and here. When you reach the toes, set the lamp on the floor. Let the house be lit by moonlight only. Breathe 3 gentle breaths. If you start another pass, do it slower. You are teaching your animal that the house is safe in the dark. A small Dharma image to carry in your pocket. Wind, flag, and mind. 2 monks argued about what was moving. One said the flag moves, the other said the wind moves. The teacher said mind moves. Use it when a thought insists on being realer than the bed under you. Smile and say mind moves. Then feel something that does not need your opinion. Gravity pulling you down, breath rising without your orders. Opinions can wait. Gravity does not. Gravity is an old ally. Parents and caregivers, fold this weaving into nights with little feet. When a child's thunder crowds your room, kneel to their level and give them the 3 medicines without words. Wrap a blanket, warmth. Breathe where they can see your chest slow, rhythm. Point to the far corner and then to your own eyes so attention widens, space. Later, alone, give yourself the same sequence in miniature. Warm hand, finished exhale, wider gaze. You deserve what you give. Work life sneaks into pillows as phantom keystrokes. The antidote is short and physical. Before bed, touch the object that symbolizes work. A closed laptop, a door to a room, a bag by the entry, and let your fingertips rest there 1 full breath. Say thank you, we're done for today. The object does not require belief to respond. It responds by being solid. Your fingers tell your brain the boundary is real. Your breath makes it feel friendly. At night, friendliness matters more than strategy. If grief is here, fresh or old, your sanctuary includes a small vigil. You do not have to plunge in. You can sit beside grief as if beside a candle you do not need to blow out. Offer it 3 breaths without commentary. That is all. Grief is not allergic to rest. Grief sometimes rests only when it is not forced to be done. Give it a chair near the door and a blanket. Give yourself the bed. Bring back the coat rack by your bed for one more act of identity kindness. Take down one tag you hung earlier, just one, and place it on your chest for a breath, feeling its weight. Then set it on the nightstand and whisper, "See you in the morning." Roles respond to being seen. They grow less brittle. The bed is not a place to argue with your name. It is a place to remember there is a you under every name. Before we close, visit your altar corner in your mind. Something that holds, something that warms, something that widens. Touch each, even if only inside. Then touch your own rib cage and feel that you are also all 3. You hold, you warm, you widen. That's why rest is not a gift the world grants you when it is impressed. Rest is what happens when you stop arguing with the parts of you built to carry and soften and make room. Let your last mini ritual be as plain as breath. Inhale and silently say receiving. Exhale and silently say releasing. Do this 5 times. With each exhale, let the night take one more task you were never meant to do in the dark. With each inhale, let the body take one more ounce of trust it knows how to rest without a supervisor. If sleep comes, let it pull you like tide through a quiet harbor. If wakefulness remains, let it sit in the chair by the door with its suitcase and its stubborn eyebrows while you recline in the deeper chair by the window of your ribs. The street outside is slow. The lamp inside is low. Speed has taken off its shoes. Certainty has put down its clipboards. Control has handed in its key. You are allowed to live here for the night without proving anything. We'll keep going, friend, toward an even softer wind down and a closing blessing that you can carry into all your tomorrows. For now, set one more invisible stone on the cairn beside your bed to mark that you practiced again. Feel the tiny thud. Feel the bed lift you a fraction in response. Feel the house of your body learn, slowly and permanently, how to be kind to itself. Tonight we turn toward 2 quiet companions that round out everything you've been practicing. Gentle joy and steady evenness. In old language they are called gladness and equanimity. You don't need the words. Feel how both might live in a body. Gladness is the small smile that arrives when you notice something true and kind. Evenness is the wide field that lets weather come and go without losing the horizon. Together they change the flavor of rest. Anxiety shrinks not because you crushed it, but because joy and evenness gave it a larger room and better company. Settle as you know how now. Let the bed hold more of you by a degree. Let the breath finish without supervision. Let the jaw hang like a drawer that finally slides all the way in. If you like, place one hand at your ribs and one at your belly and invite the lower hand to begin. You are home. Begin with gladness that is small enough to fit inside a single breath. Think of something that went okay today, not grand, not performative. A message sent. A laugh that surprised you. Sun on your forearm for a minute at a window. Say quietly, that was good. Feel how the chest warms by 1 degree. That is not naivete. It is fuel. Anxiety feeds on the assumption that nothing is enough. Gladness answers with receipts. In the Buddha's teaching there is a friend to compassion called sympathetic joy, happiness for the happiness of others. It is not a moral trophy. It is a practical solvent for envy, tightness, and the loneliness of nights. Try it like this. Bring to mind someone, anyone who had a little goodness today. A neighbor whose flowers opened. A stranger who finished a task. A friend who laughed. Whisper, may your goodness continue. Notice what your own body does. Often the sternum softens, the face widens, the breath travels more easily. Your nervous system does not distinguish strongly between your joy and shared joy. It simply registers warmth. Warmth helps sleep. Practice a pocket of gladness while you lie here. On your next 3 exhales, place 3 small bright stones into a little bowl on your nightstand in your mind. Stone 1 for something that went okay. Stone 2 for someone else's tiny win. Stone 3 for one thing in this room that is quietly kind. The weight of the blanket on your shin, the honest hum of the night, the coolness at your nose as breath leaves. Set the bowl there. You can look at it without turning your head. Your body knows it is near. Now feel evenness. Evenness is not indifference. It is care that can stand. Picture a wide lake at dusk. Wind crosses the surface. Ripples happen. Boats pass. Wake spreads. The lake remains itself. Your chest can learn that shape. Bring your attention to the space behind your eyes and let it be wider than the thought inside it. Bring attention to your collarbones and let them be like shorelines that do not chase waves. Bring attention to your belly and let it be the deeper water that doesn't hurry. If a thought arrives with sirens, don't shame it. Name it weather and let the lake be a lake. A simple sentence helps evenness stand up. I care and I don't control. Whisper it so gently that your body believes you didn't mean it as punishment. I care and I don't control. The mind relaxes a notch when care is admitted and control is released. If the sentence catches in the throat, soften it. I care, and I can rest anyway. If it still snags, make it smaller. Right now I care, and right now I let the breath go on by itself. Evenness begins with a single exhale that was allowed to finish without an agenda attached to it. There is a parable that points to this wider posture. A teacher holds up the moon and the finger pointing to the moon. Students argue about the finger, which angle, how long, which hand. The teacher says, do not mistake the finger for the moon. Our methods are fingers. Our phrases, our rituals, even these words, all fingers. The moon is the quiet fact of a body at ease in a moment. It glows whether or not you get the technique perfect. Remember that when you're tempted to grade your practice at midnight, look past the finger to the glow already on your sheet. During the day, gladness and evenness live in ordinary scenes. At the sink, water runs over a bowl and there is a flash of delight at how something becomes clean so easily. Let it register and don't apologize for it. On a street, a stranger's kindness to a child passes by your eyes. Instead of scrolling past the moment in your own mind, you nod to it and say, may that ripple last. Later, in a meeting where tones are sharp, evenness arrives when you feel your feet and let your eyes include the doorframe and the person at once. You say one sentence less than you would have. Nights benefit from these invisible moves. They leave less residue to burn. Gladness can be grown deliberately without pretending life is different. Try the 2-thing blessing at odd moments. Look at any scene and bless 2 things without poetry. The cup is good. The light on the table is good. In a room with mess, the corner of the rug is good. The dog's sigh is good. Blessing is not an argument with reality. It is noticing reality's generosity while still telling the truth about its rough edges. The nervous system thickens a pathway each time you bless. By night, that path is familiar ground to walk towards sleep. Evenness can be trained with small thresholds. Before a call, pause at the doorway of the room, feel your breath and your feet, and say, I will speak from steadiness, not from fear. After the call, pause again and say, I return to myself. The pauses teach your body that arousal can end. Even if a conversation was hot, the pause afterward is a doorway back to the lake. Later, when you turn the pillow to the cool side, your body remembers the door and goes through more easily. There is a story of the Buddha being offered praise and then insult by the same man. His answer was even in tone both times. He said, "If someone brings a gift and you do not take it, to whom does it belong?" This is not a trick of superiority. It's a way of protecting the quiet room where your breath lives. Tonight, if praise or insult revisits you, you can say, "I don't have to accept every package before bed." Leave it at the door. The morning post is better equipped. Parents or caregivers, gladness may feel like a luxury when small or aging bodies call. It is not. It is fuel. As you settle a child or tuck in a parent, notice one tiny good in their face. The curve at the edge of an eyelid, the breath you can see, the features you recognize. Say in your chest, "Thank you, small good." Evenness visits when you allow the night to be imperfect and choose one boundary you can keep. Lights lower, voice softer, replies shorter, trusting that small climate changes change the room. Later, lying down, your own face will be kinder because you practiced on theirs. For work that follows you to bed, let gladness and evenness sit on either side of your pillow like grandparents who have been through many seasons. Gladness puts one hand on your shoulder and reminds you of one stitch you finished. Evenness puts one hand on your other shoulder and says, "Tomorrow is allowed to be tomorrow." The two hands say together, "You can rest." Grandparents do not require perfection before they pat your hair. You are allowed that tone with yourself. A practice for nights when the mind recites the ledger of not enough. Let gladness count completions and evenness bless incompletions. On an exhale, count one thing you actually completed. On the next exhale, bless one thing you didn't finish with the words, "May you wait in peace." Repeat twice more. You are not pretending indifference to what remains. You are learning how to end the day without a fight. That ending is part of what turns a nervous system toward sleep. Sometimes the obstacle to joy is suspicion. The mind says, "If I relax, I'll miss something important. If I enjoy, I'm not being vigilant enough." You can thank this suspicion for trying to protect you and give it a job it can do while you rest. Place suspicion on a chair by the door and say, "Watch the hallway for anything truly urgent. I will be right here breathing." The chair is sturdy. The job is clear. Suspicion, relieved of micromanaging everything, often dozes in the chair. You sleep in the bed. Everybody wins. Evenness allows you to receive without grasping and release without resentment. Try a small receiving now. Inhale as if you are letting a cool breeze flow through the open windows of your chest. Exhale as if you are letting the warm air of the day out the back door. Repeat for 4 cycles. If images are not your style, simply finish each exhale. Then let the inhale arrive by itself. Watch the part of you that tries to help quiet down as it realizes the body knows the way. There is one more gentle story to carry. A farmer's horse runs away. Neighbors say, "Such bad luck." The farmer says, "Maybe." The horse returns with 3 wild horses. Neighbors say, "Such good luck." The farmer says, "Maybe." The farmer's son breaks his leg taming a horse. "Bad luck," say the neighbors. "Maybe," says the farmer. The army comes, drafting every able young man. The son is spared. "Good luck," say the neighbors. "Maybe," says the farmer. Evenness is the farmer's maybe. It is not numb. It is humble. It knows that life is a long story and we live it one breath at a time. At night, maybe loosens the grip of the narrator who wants to finalize the plot before dawn. Let's fold gladness into the body the way sugar dissolves in warm tea. Place one hand on your heart and ask quietly, "What was sweet today?" Let the first honest answer rise, even if it is tiny. Keep your hand there for 2 breaths to steep. Then move your hand to your belly and ask, "What was enough today?" Let the answer come. The body understands questions like these. It answers in sensation more than in language. A little warmth spreads. A little weight moves from your shoulders to the mattress. Sleep notices. Now invite evenness to take the night shift. Imagine a small sign on your bedside table that reads office closed, heart open. On the inhale, read heart open to yourself. On the exhale, read office closed. Do this 3 times, then let the sign sit there as an understood rule. Evenness is not a cop. It is a custodian. It turns off lights you forgot, straightens the hallway rug, and leaves the door unlocked for dawn. When grief visits, let gladness and evenness keep you company without canceling anything. Gladness can be as simple as the gift of tears themselves, proof that love lived here. Evenness is the chair you sit in as the wave rises and falls. Put a blanket over both of you. Breathe together. If the wave returns, you do not have to start over. You continue where you left off, in a room that remains safe enough. Screens at night are a place to practice both qualities without drama. Before you open, ask, is there something to be honestly glad for here? If yes, enjoy and stop when the enjoyment passes, even if the clip keeps playing. If no, bless the impulse with evenness. Of course I want relief, and give the body relief another way. A longer exhale, a palm on the ribs, a lamp dimmed by 1 notch. Keep your tone human. The body is listening for tone. If you wake later, use a simple figure 8 breath to invite both companions back. On the inhale, trace a small loop around the heart in your mind's eye. On the exhale, trace a small loop around the belly. Heart, belly. Heart, belly. Gladness warms the upper loop. Evenness steadies the lower. 3 or 4 passes are enough. Then let the breath wander off where it wants. You are not drawing a perfect shape. You are reminding your system of a pattern it already knows. There is a season for effort and a season for being carried. Gladness and evenness are winter blankets for a mind that tries to plant trees at midnight. Feel how your shoulders respond to that image. Blankets, not tasks. Add a little weight to the blanket with your exhale and let the inhale be lighter, like air drifting under a door. Let your tongue rest like a leaf on quiet water. Let your eyes be heavier than the thoughts behind them. Let your hands lie open as if they were 2 small bowls that do not need filling. Before we close this part, send a small circle of good out from your bed the way ripples widen from a pebble dropped in a pond. First circle for you. May I rest in simple gladness and steady evenness. Second circle for someone under this same night sky who needs it. May you feel 1 small good and 1 steady breath. Third circle for all the houses on your street, for all the rooms in your building, for all the sleepers and the wakeful ones. May the night be a teacher that asks for nothing and gives enough. You don't have to push the ripples. Water moves. Let your last words tonight be easy enough to whisper on a yawn. Thank you, small goods. Thank you, wide sky. Then stop speaking. Let breath speak its quiet language. If sleep gathers you, let gladness and evenness stay on the nightstand like 2 lamps you can turn on whenever you need. If wakefulness remains, let it sit in the chair by the door while you recline in the deep chair by the window of your ribs, watching the steady street of your breath. We are almost at the closing blessing, friend, almost at the soft landing where all of this becomes a way of living you don't have to remember on purpose. For now, place 1 more pebble on the cairn you've been building by the bed. Feel the tiny thud. Feel the bed lift you by a hair in reply. Feel the truth you have been proving every night. The body knows how to rest when you stop fighting the night with your mind and start walking with gentle companions. We are almost at the shoreline, friend. You can hear the hush of the larger water ahead, the place where all the streams we have walked begin to empty and widen. Tonight is for weaving everything into a way of living that does not depend on memory or willpower. Instead of techniques you have to remember, we'll set gentle grooves that the body will fall into by itself. Think of it as laying a narrow path through grass. Walk it enough times and the path appears even when you are tired. The path leads not to a perfect life, but to an ordinary evening that ends kindly. Settle first in the simplest way you know now. Let the bed take a little more of your weight. Let your jaw hang by a millimeter. Let your eyelids be heavier than the thought under them. If your hands want a place, rest one at your ribs and one at your belly and invite the lower hand to begin. This alone is a whole practice. During the day, your nervous system swims in currents that claim you must go faster, prove more, know for certain, hold everything together. You have met each current with soft countermoves: compassion, clear seeing, letting go, gladness, evenness. Tonight, we bundle them into tiny rituals that fit inside real life. Begin with the simplest loop, the one that can happen anywhere without being seen. Pause, place, permit. You've tasted it before. Now we set it as muscle memory. Pause for a breath. Place your attention in the body, jaw, shoulders, belly. Permit the moment to be what it is for the length of your exhale. Not forever, just one exhale. In bed, you can do this loop with the lightest touch. Pause before you change position. Place attention in the soft palate and let the tongue rest like a leaf on water. Permit wakefulness to be a guest for a breath. You are teaching the animal that there is no emergency. Add the second loop, the one that helps when thoughts try to hire you after hours. Office closed, body resting. Whisper it once. Then give attention a job it can do lying down. Count only the little click at the end of the exhale where the next inhale begins by itself 3 times. Whisper the phrase again. If the mind insists, you may repeat, but without negotiation. You are not bargaining with the night. You are reminding it of the posted hours. The third loop is for moments when the inner climate turns stormy without warning. Translate and tilt. Translate the friction, wanting, pushing away, confusion. Tilt the body 2 degrees toward the matching power. For wanting, loosen the hands and let the exhale lengthen. For pushing away, turn one palm up and soften the brow. For confusion, name one fact and feel it with your skin. The blanket's weight on a shin, the cool at the tip of the nose, the sound that proves you live in a world that keeps breathing when you forget to. Translate, tilt, 2 breaths. The weather often changes because you did. There is an old story about a rope at dusk. A traveler mistook it for a snake and felt fear flood the body. When someone brought a lamp, the snake became rope again. The fear withdrew without a fight. The lamp did not kill a snake, clarified a rope. This is how clear seeing works in bed. You don't wrestle with thoughts. You bring a small lamp. Label story as story, sensation as sensation, sound as sound. The lamp is not a spotlight that interrogates. It's the soft light you carry so you don't stub your toes. Often the mere seeing is the cure. We'll also make a short pilgrimage through your home the way a pilgrim circles a quiet shrine. No audience, no performance. You can walk this in your mind now and on your feet tomorrow. Threshold, sink, table, door, bed. At the threshold, you bow with a single finished exhale and say, here. At the sink, you let water touch the back of your neck and say, I put the day down. At the table, you place one object on the landing, spoken or written, and say, this can wait. At the door, you touch the frame and say, I'm off duty. Tomorrow has my number. At the bed, you place one hand on your ribs and one on your belly and say the phrase you chose on a calmer night. The pilgrimage takes 2 minutes. Repetition makes it sacred. Identity will try to dress for bed in old armor. Meet it with the coat rack, you know. Hang the tags you wore today. Parent, partner, leader, helper, trier on their pegs, 1 exhale each. If one clings, place it on your chest for a single breath so it knows it has been seen. Then set it on the nightstand and whisper, see you in the morning. The bed belongs to the nameless one who breathes. If the critic buzzes near the lamp, give it a small, specific job. Watch the hallway. Critics quiet when their vigilance is useful but bounded. Tell Tell it you'll wake it for emergencies. Then turn toward the body you live in and ask 3 nurse-like questions. What wants warmth? What wants rhythm? What wants space? Offer a palm, a longer exhale, a wider gaze behind closed eyes. Warmth, rhythm, space, your oldest medicines arrive without words. In the day to come, you can keep your practice ordinary and invisible. The kettle becomes a bell. Emails become islands. Doorways become bows. Phone opens become one-breath pauses that ask, what feeling am I hiring this for? In the evening, the lamp lowers by 1 notch. You clean a bowl completely by stopping sooner. You line up your tools, landing tray, 3 chairs, the tiny altar of something that holds, warms, and widens. So the house itself teaches you. Let's craft a soft contract with tomorrow's you. Not a demand, a kindness. 3 lines spoken quietly before sleep. 1 thing I will do. 1 way I will be. 1 kindness for my nervous system. Send the file. Be brief and warm. Finish my exhales before conversations. Or, pack the lunch. Be present. Bow at doorways. You do not need to remember these lines in the morning. The body often will. And if it doesn't, you begin again without penalty. Beginning again is the whole path. There is a picture of equanimity I like to carry into the harder days. A tree in wind. It does not stiffen into stone. It bends and keeps living. When the storm ends, you can see which branch is held. Your practice is not to eliminate weather. It is to grow roots and learn to sway. In bed, the sway feels like this. Inhale like opening a window, exhale like closing a drawer. Window, drawer, window, drawer. Steady as furniture you've known for years. We often imagine that rest is a reward for the right kind of day. The Buddha's bowl gave us a different order. Receive nourishment now so wisdom can do its work later. Tonight, receive the nourishment of simple permission. You are allowed to rest even if you have not solved your life. You are allowed to be awake and peaceful. You are allowed to be carried by breath that does not ask you to sign a contract. If grief or fear sits with you, do not exile them from the sanctuary. Give them the comfortable chair near the door. Drape a small blanket across their knees. Tell them you can be here while I rest. Then let your attention sit in the deep chair by the window of your ribs. Your breath is the quiet street outside. Your room is safe enough. You do not need to escort every guest to the exit to sleep. Some can doze in their chairs. There is a simple kindness that changes how the night feels. Count completions instead of hours. You finished an exhale. You placed a worry on the landing. You turned the phone face down. You hung a name tag. You softened the jaw by a millimeter. Each count is a stitch. Stitches make quilts. Quilts warm bodies, not theories. We will harvest a few phrases for your pocket. The small language that keeps tone warm when the mind wants to be clever. Of course, begin again. Not a problem to solve. I care and I don't control. Enough for now. Just this breath. Choose one that lands in your muscles when you say it. You don't need many. 1 good sentence repeated softly is a handrail in a dark hallway. In the middle of a hard night, you may need choreography rather than philosophy. Here is a gentle route you can rehearse now so it is there when you need it. Stay in bed for a few breaths. If the mind sprints, move to chair 2 with a blanket. Wrap 2 sips in, 1 long out 3 times. If the mind keeps sprinting, chair 3 with a quiet page and the lamp 1 notch lower than you think you need. 2 pages, no more. When drowsy taps your shoulder, return to chair 2 for 1 breath, then bed. If it fails, you have not failed. You are teaching the body a route home. A small parable can travel in your pocket as well. A monk asked how to cross the flood. The teacher said, "Don't stand still, don't turn back, don't grab at the reeds." We translate, keep moving by small kind steps. Don't retreat into old harshness. Don't grasp at quick fixes that cut your palms. In bed, the small steps are breaths that finish, name tags that hang, hands that open, eyes that widen to include the whole room. You cross not by force but by rhythm. If you woke last night or any night with the sense that you were late for your own life, you can answer with one honest sentence: I am not late to this breath. Then test it. Feel one inhale arrive without your help. Feel one exhale end itself. The clock may be unkind. Gravity is not. Gravity holds you at the exact speed you are. The part of you that tries to hover above the bed can come down now. The bed can carry what you were carrying. Tomorrow, the world will invite you to give your attention away to 10,000 rectangles and 100 small fires. You will answer many of them, and some you will let wait. You will look at least once at a far line. The edge of a roof against sky, a band of trees, the horizon that keeps its own counsel, and your eyes will tell your chest to widen by a degree. You will walk through a doorway and bow one breath. You will stir a cup and finish an exhale. You will set a single object on the landing with the voice that says, tomorrow can hold this. These small moves are not decoration. They are how you plant your flag in a day. Perhaps you worry that if you soften like this, you'll lose your edge. The opposite is true. Softness preserves edges that matter. When you stop spending energy on arguing with the moment, you have energy to act on what you truly value. Kindness does not dull. It sharpens the part of you that can make a clean cut. In meetings, you will speak one sentence more honestly. In family conversations, you will ask for the pause before the escalation. In choices, you will sense the body's quiet yes and no and follow them more often. Night supports day, day makes night easier. They are not separate projects. We are almost ready for the blessing that closes this long walk. Before we step into it, give tonight one more ordinary ritual. The blanket blessing you learned but perhaps have not yet adopted as your own cadence. As you draw the blanket over each part of you, offer a simple phrase that costs no strain. Feet, rest. Calves, release. Thighs, feel safe. Belly, be easy. Chest, be soft. Arms, be light. Face, be quiet. If the phrases feel too many, choose one. Thank you, and let it accompany the blanket the way steam accompanies tea. If tears come, let them. Tears are not a flaw in the roof. They are rain that remembers the ground. If nothing comes, that is also generous. You do not perform worthiness here. You are a warm animal in a safe enough cave. Night knows what to do. We'll end this part with a story that humbles every plan while giving hope to every tired heart. After awakening, the Buddha kept walking. He did not build a palace for his calm. He wore dust on his feet, held a bowl, received whatever came, and offered whatever helped. This is your path too, not heroic isolation, but gentle presence in ordinary rooms. You will walk among kettles and screens and doorways and conversations. You will receive and you will offer. And you will remember, more often than not, to put things down when they are heavy and let the ground carry them for a while. Close your eyes a little heavier. Feel your mouth become unambitious. Place 3 simple words across the next 3 breaths. Then let them dissolve. Inhale here. Exhale enough. Inhale here. Exhale enough. Inhale here. Exhale enough. If sleep gathers you mid-word, let it carry you without ceremony. If wakefulness remains, let it sit in the chair by the door with its suitcase and its eyebrows while you recline in the deeper chair by the window of your ribs and watch the quiet street of your breath. In the final part, we'll lay the blessing across your life like a soft shawl and send you forward with a way to keep this kindness without trying. For now, add one last pebble to the cairn you've been building beside the bed. Tonight's practice, however imperfect, feel the tiny thud. Feel the bed rise to meet you by a hair, as if to say, I've got you. Then let night take the shift. It knows the route. It has always known. The shoreline is here. Hear how the larger water hushes, how the many small streams we walked have arrived and merged. There is nothing left to assemble, dear friend. You have laid the path by walking it. Tonight is for blessing, not as a superstition, not as a bargain for perfect sleep, but as a soft cloak woven of all the kindness you've practiced. We will lay it over your shoulders, over your home, over the people you love, over the hours you haven't met yet. Then we will let the night carry you. Settle into the simplest truth you know now. The bed holds you. Gravity is honest. Breath arrives and leaves without your permission. If it helps, place one hand on your ribs and one on your belly and let the lower hand lead for 2 easy rounds. Invite the jaw to be a drawer that slides all the way closed. Invite the tongue to rest like a leaf on still water. Invite the eyelids to weigh more than the thoughts behind them. Nothing heroic. Before the blessing, we'll gather the tools and lay them quietly within reach, not as assignments, as friendly objects in a familiar room. The bowl that receives, the lamp that shows rope as rope, the coat rack where names hang until morning, the landing where life can wait without pacing, the 3 medicines, warmth, rhythm, space, the 3 powers, compassion, clear-seeing, letting go, the 3 frictions, wanting, pushing away, confusion, already seated in their proper chairs, the cairn of small stones at your bedside that marks each night you chose kindness. Look around inside and see them there. You do not need to pick anything up. Just know you're not empty-handed. Now, a short remembering of your body as home. Crown, forehead, eyes, jaw, throat, shoulders, arms, hands, chest and back, belly soft enough for truth, pelvis, thighs, knees, shins, ankles, feet. Greet, don't grade. If any place asks for one medicine, give it without ceremony. Warmth is a palm. Rhythm is a finished exhale. Space is a widening of attention to include one more neighbor. There. We begin the blessing, close in and widen it like ripples. For your body, may this body feel held. May warmth find what is cold. Rhythm find what is hurried. Space find what is crowded. May your jaw remember how to loosen. May your eyes rest in a horizon even behind the lids. May your belly be trusted to lead a breath without being told. For your nervous system, may the parts that have kept watch take a well-earned seat. May the critic be given a clear, small job, watch the hallway, and a soft blanket for its knees. May the planner set down the pen and see the ribbon around tomorrow's stack. May vigilance learn that the posted hours are real. For the mind, may thoughts be weather and you be sky. May stories be recognized as stories and set, without punishment, on the landing. May math with fear be postponed until daylight with breakfast. May one kind sentence be enough. Not a problem to solve, or, of course, or begin again. For the heart, may gladness count the small goods without apology. May evenness widen the room, so surprises and delays enter without knocking anything over. May grief be allowed a chair near the door and a blanket. May love find you in ordinary forms. A warm cup, a steady breath, a hand on your ribs, and be recognized as love. For identity, may the name tags hang where they belong until morning. May the nameless one who breathes be welcomed to the bed. May the roles you wear by day return to you unwrinkled after the night is done. May you remember that your worth is older than your titles. For home, may one lamp dim by a notch and teach the body what time it is. May one square foot be clear and say, there is room. May the doorway receive a bow, and the sink a finished exhale, and the table a small ending. May the bed be a bowl and you be fruit, sweet enough without effort. For relationships, May your tone be warm where your words are brief. May you ask for the pause before the escalation. May you be generous with others' good fortune and gentle with your own stumbles. May connection come first, correction second, commentary last or never. For work, may islands of attention appear at sane intervals. May screens be preceded by one breath and followed by one still square in the room. May completions be counted like stitches. May your fingers, touching a closed laptop or a doorknob, tell your brain the boundary is kind and real. For night itself, may wakefulness be a guest who knows the chair by the door. May sleep be a friend who arrives by its own path when you stop waiting at the window. May rest not depend on outcomes. May you discover again that being carried is a skill and you have it. Let the blessing deepen with breath. We'll move through a gentle pattern you can reuse as many times as you like. Receive, release, rest. On an inhale, silently say receiving and feel the upper hand rise a little. On an exhale, silently say releasing and feel the lower hand settle. On the next breath, say resting and stop speaking for a beat longer than habit. Repeat twice, then forget the words and keep the feeling. Receiving, releasing, resting. As if it were a tide you can hear but don't need to conduct. One more image for your pocket to keep the mind soft. The night train we boarded long ago. You are still in your carriage. The rails hum, fields pass. You don't have to watch the windows. You don't have to decide the route. You can feel the rhythm do the moving for you. If a station of thought appears and you step off without meaning to, smile when you return. The door is open. The seat remembers you. We'll pick up the old stories one last time only to set them where they belong. The rose apple tree, the shade that taught ease without striving. The milk rice, a body fed so wisdom could work. Mara at tea, confusion seen and seated without keys to the house. The lute, strings tuned to sing, not too tight, not too loose. The raft, used and then set down. The empty boat, bumps interpreted without blame. The farmer's maybe, humility that keeps the heart steady. The earth touching, permission to belong to this ground, this breath. You are not required to carry these parables like books. They are already in your hands as gestures. A softening jaw, a longer exhale, a palm turned up, a sentence that ends sooner, a coat hung on a peg, a phone face down, a bowl that receives. Now bless the hours you have not met yet. For the morning, may the first sight be a still square window frame picture edge before a rectangle of glow. May your first words be friendly. Good morning, body. May you bow at doorways without anyone needing to know, and may the bow make your day less expensive. May one thing be done, one way of being be chosen, one kindness for your nervous system be kept. For midday, may you remember one island, one breath, one wide gaze. May the dip be accompanied instead of conquered. May you speak one sentence less and save it for your pillow as silence. May your hands, honest animals, keep you local when minds want to wander. For evening, may the wash be warm at the back of the neck. May the wrap be simple and allowed. May the widen show your animal a larger room. May the landing collect what can wait, and may you let it wait without pacing. For the next hard thing, may you translate the friction and tilt by 2 degrees. May you be brave enough to say not now or I need a minute or I'll speak when I'm steady. May you begin again without penalty, as many times as needed. May you remember that rhythms rescue where rules exhaust. For the people you love, may they feel your steadiness more than your certainty. May your boundaries protect warmth, rhythm, and space for you both. May you connect even when correcting and return to yourself after each exchange. May your care be clean because it's not fueled by panic. For the world beyond your walls, may your porch for the news keep concerns sane and hearts open. May your sympathetic joy travel to strangers who will never know your name. May your small quiet act, finishing an exhale before a reply, turning a lamp down one notch, become part of a climate others breathe easier in. And for the part of you that is still not sure, may doubt be welcomed as a cautious friend who gets to keep watch from the chair by the door. May skepticism sit with a blanket and learn the sound of your even breath. May the treaty of peace without sleep, if needed, be honored with dignity. I will rest anyway. We will place a few closing rituals gently on the nightstand of your life. You don't have to use them all. Choose one, choose none. The body remembers more than you think. The 7 doors, to be walked whenever you like. Door of here, one finished exhale. Door of hands, feel warmth in your own palms. Door of horizon, soften your gaze wide. Door of bowl, let the chest receive breath as if receiving water. Door of landing, set one thing down. Door of coat rack, hang one name tag. Door of blessing, whisper nothing to prove now, or I will let the night carry me. The 3 chairs, rehearsed one last time. Bed, nearby seat, quiet corner. If spinning, move kindly. If drowsy, return kindly. Choreography, not drama. The blanket blessing, abbreviated. As fabric crosses a limb, a word crosses with it. Rest. Release. Safe. Easy. Soft. Light. Quiet. The weather announcer, for the mind that wants to narrate. Long periods of dark with stars increasing toward morning. The soft contract with tomorrow. One thing I will do. One way I will be. One kindness I will offer my nervous system. Speak it or don't. The path appears either way. And now the benediction itself. A larger circle spoken for you and for anyone under this same night sky who needs it. You can let the words wash without memorizing a line. Blessings are more like weather than like law. May you be safe enough to soften. May you be brave enough to be gentle. May you be clear enough to do one real thing at a time. May you be free enough to set down what is not yours tonight. May you taste the ordinary sweetness waiting in small places. A cool pillow, a deeper exhale, a sentence that ends kindly. May your body learn trust again from your hands. May your mind learn quiet again from your breath. May your heart learn room again from the space you allow it. May your home, inner and outer, remember how to turn down together. May you be carried by forces older than worry and kinder than certainty. May your sleep, when it comes, be effortless. May your rest, even when awake, be real. May you wake, when you wake, inside a house that knows how to begin gently. We will close by touching the earth, as the old story teaches. You don't need a tree or a riverbank. The earth is in your mattress and in the floor below and in the ground below that. If it feels right, touch the sheet with your fingertips for a breath and say silently, witness. Let gravity answer in its wordless way. I've got you. Then place 3 soft words across 3 soft breaths and let them fade like writing on water. Inhale, here. Exhale, now. Inhale, thank. Exhale, you. Inhale, let. Exhale, go. No more technique. No more trying to be ready. You are ready enough. The lamp is low. The house is kind. The night train is moving. The bowl is on the table. The coat rack holds what you don't need to wear in sleep. The landing keeps what can wait. The cairn of stones marks that you practiced again, and that is what changes a life. If sleep gathers you, let it gather you as you are, mid-breath, mid-sentence, mid-smile. If wakefulness lingers, it knows its chair. You know your bed. The treaty holds. Good night, dear friend. May the blessing stay even when you forget it. May it find you in a doorway, at a sink, on a street, in a meeting, in a mirror, in the steadying of your own hand on your own ribs. May it be the quiet lighting by which you live. Rest now. You are carried.